Hello and thank you for checking out my any % Star Wars Jedi Survivor Jedi Grandmaster difficulty no damage run. For a detailed breakdown of the rule set for this run, reference the description section below. The criteria for this run was the player's health bar could not drop below 100% from the moment you take control of Cal until the credits roll. Since this is a fully commentated run, I'll primarily be focused on explaining combat and strategies. This means that during sections of the game where I'm going from point A to point B, there won't be much for me to discuss, so I'll mostly be silent during those portions of the run. Since I fully intend on releasing guides for all of the boss fights via my Teach Me How series, similar to what I did for Jedi Fallen Order, I won't be going into much detail on those, as those guides, once released, will cover them in much more detail. Lastly, if you'd like to ask questions or experience a run live, head over to my Twitch channel at twitch.tv/Hayete Bahadori and be sure to follow me there. In the coming weeks, I'll be developing the world first any % warrior no damage run, as well as the 100% no damage run live over there alongside the community. Of course, as always, socials are linked in the description section below. So with all of that out of the way, sit back, relax, and thank you for joining me for another challenge run. Alright, so as we start this run off, this beginning section really doesn't have anything to it. It's basically just walking. So what I'll do is I'll jump back in once we get to the first tutorial section, which is where the first combat encounter is. So I'll jump back in and we'll go from there.
These days he rarely shows his face in public. Good thing he's making an exception for us. We've got something that'll bring him favor with the Emperor.
I see him. There he stands out.
Be careful, sir. The Senator's just making sure everything's on the up. Emperor off.
Attention. Level 2046 is now under curfew by order of Senator Sajon. Clear the streets and shelter in place until further notice. Security patrols will detain and incarcerate anyone who does not comply.
Get over here, Jedi.
The rest of you will stay here.
That wasn't the deal.
Deals change.
Not this one. I come along or we walk.
Only you. The others must wait.
Terrorist.
You gonna let him call you that?
That's enough.
So where'd you find him?
Night market. He was trying to buy a crate of electroproton bombs from a Chagrin arms dealer.
How'd you make the arrest?
Jedi have to sleep, same as us.
When the Senator gets a hold of you, he'll wish you were dead.
Always nice to meet a fan.
This way, Jedi. Mind your business.
This is my business. The prisoner needs to be in mint condition.
The Senator requested I bring the prisoner to him alive. He is breathing, isn't he?
Droids.
Alright, so right after we skip this cutscene, we're going to go into the tutorial section where basically it's a pull-push attack. When I come out of this, we're going to have quite a few melee troopers to deal with, and they come in phases. So for the first 3 rounds, we're just going to deal with 1 melee trooper. The way that I choose to deal with those is just to perfect parry them and kill them that way. But you really could just do whatever you want for the one. After this next one, we'll start to get 2 troopers, and we'll go through 2 waves of that. So what I choose to do here is just force push one off, and then deal with the other one as I've done with all the other singles. Now because of the amount of force that I have, I can't do that for the next group, simply because I wouldn't have enough force for the last group. So what I choose to do is just kill one normal, and then perfect parry the other one and just save the force for the final section, where I'm basically going to push 2 of the 3 off, and then deal with the last one the same as I've dealt with all the other singles. And that's our first combat section no damaged.
That was a close one, buddy. It's not your fault. Catch up with the yacht.
Where's the senator? Yacht's gone. Yes? Negative. Call it in.
So as we make our way up to the beam here, the way that this section is supposed to work is you're supposed to go down the beam, and then you'll get shot at, and eventually the beam will break. The way that this actually works, though, is that there is a damage component tied to it. Very early on down the beam, it is possible to take damage, although it's rare, which is why I'm going very, very slowly. And the way that I'm doing this is I'm moving only when the stormtrooper on the right shoots 3 shots, because the damage that can hit you is tied to him. So what'll happen is we see him shoot 3 shots, and then I move, and I only move like 1 shimmy, right? So we're gonna do that all the way till we get to this rectangle on the right of Cal's arm. You can see it right here where it bridges the 2 beams. Once we pass this, you'll see a shot go right over his head, right there, boom. And now that stormtrooper is dropped out of combat because that shot is supposed to hit me. The reason it can't hit me is because I'm moving when the AI is incapable of firing. So he goes 1, 2, 3 shot, and then I move, and he's like, I want to shoot, but I can't. And so he shoots basically after it should happen. And because of that, we're able to skip that damage component. Now, even if you were to move down that anyways, just like at a normal pace, sometimes you'll make it without taking damage, and other times you won't. But more often than not, you would take damage there. So I had to develop a way to get past that, and that's what I came up with. And it's very consistent as long as you hold to the rules there.
We can rest there. You're falling behind.
Don't. I beg you. I fought in the war.
I doubt that. Now clear out. Senator's orders. Oh, that's it. Blast them.
Off we go.
So as I get to the top of this wall, I'm going to go ahead and get the free kill on the stormtrooper. Then we're going to grasp and pull the second. And then I choose to perfect parry kill the third one. You could really do whatever you want here. My methodology behind that reasoning is to make sure that I have force for things that come up. I don't necessarily want to waste force if I don't need to. And a single stormtrooper is not a big deal to fight normally. So I just choose, if there's only one enemy, to just go ahead and kill them normal and just save the force.
There's the yacht. Still drifting.
That's the spirit, BD.
So as I get to the end of this climbing section here, I want to wait until basically the range trooper is at the edge of the area, and then I'm going to drop down on the melee, and we're going to push the range trooper off the side. The other range troopers will immediately shoot at you, and then for some reason they tend to bug out. So when you're approaching them, just make sure that you're being very careful and cautious.
I see him.
So as I come out of the wall here, I'm going to go ahead and be hitting the sprint button, because I want to be in a sprint right as I gain control of Cal so that I can do this. It looks dangerous, it's not. You'll always make it through there if you just go immediately. So we'll deflect the heavy assault, and then we'll move on.
Getting closer. Hanging in there, BD? Don't look down.
When I saw the dock collapse, I thought this heist might be over real quick.
Why make it easy for him? Where's the crew?
Heading to the yacht. We'll meet him there. Oh, and Bravo said no comms.
No comms it is. Bravo knows best. Coob and Liz are probably starving by now.
Hungry Klatooinians. Ooh, you don't want that.
Remind me to tell you about the Corita job sometime.
Looks like that factory stopped the yacht. I thought that'd win.
No gunships. You must be making mischief.
Let's not.
Think you can knock down that crate?
Worth a shot.
That jetpack's handy.
Remind me to tell you how I got it sometime. Who taught you to move like that?
My master. Every time I fell, he got me back on my feet.
Sounds like a good teacher to me. Stormtrooper patrol.
Looking for us.
Better us than the yacht, yeah? Impressive.
Who needs it? See that cable?
On it, Kestis.
So for the section coming up, what you're going to see that I do here is I take advantage of what we call dead zones. And a dead zone is simply an area where the enemy AI can't get to you. They can see you, they know that you're there, but they can't actually engage you. So what I'm going to do is as I drop, I'm going to move back along the ledge here, and I'm basically just going to stand here. And so now what's going to happen is I won't engage a single enemy in this area. Bode will just do all the work for me. So we're going to let Bode go through and take out all of these enemies, and then we'll be able to move on.
This is going okay. Okay, I'm done.
Back at you.
We can call the lift with that terminal.
On it.
So for these three enemies that are going to come up, you really could just go ahead and do the tutorial prompt, and then you could move back into that dead zone and let Bode take care of everybody. But because Bode instantly takes out the most dangerous enemy that comes up with them, I just choose to go ahead and grasping pull the other two because I don't need force for anything coming up, and we'll be able to rest here shortly. So I just go ahead and dump all the force there, kill them easily and safely, and then I move on.
And of course, the bridge is under construction. All set. All done?
Yeah, let's find the crew. This place is a ghost town.
Coruscant's changed a lot over the last few years. These days, just being outside's asking for trouble.
Speaking of trouble, let's avoid that patrol.
Agreed.
So after BD gets the scan here, there's going to be a probe droid up in the rafter here. I'm just going to grasping pull that down and kill it. And then I'm going to swap to double saber and take care of these two stormtroopers. Now once these two are defeated, we're going to go ahead and move forward. And as I turn this area, or this corner, into the next area, I want to walk up until that stormtrooper engages me. And then I'm going to prioritize the probe droid. So Bode ended up shooting the probe droid. Normally what would happen is that the probe droid would shoot at me, I would deflect it, it would go into self-destruct, and then I would just run back down here and do exactly what you guys are seeing here. There's always like a little jank animation that happens here, just based on the, I guess the height of the area or something. I don't know, but yeah, generally speaking, once you take out that trooper, the other one would have died to the probe droid.
2034. Skylane accident. I think it could.
So for this area, we're gonna go ahead and take advantage of another dead zone, and this is gonna be a reoccurring theme for the run. So I'm gonna go ahead and pop slow because this is a tutorial for that, and then I'm gonna turn around and run for this blue vehicle. I'm gonna jump on top of it, and when I do that, The only enemies in the area that can attack me are the ranged troopers, because they're the only ones that can physically get to me to do their action. So right now, all of the melee troopers can see me. You can see that they're staring at me, but they can't get to me. So what the strategy is here is similar to the last one, where we're just going to let Bode kill everybody. Now, what I kind of discovered along the way of creating this run is that your companion is only able to do actions being combat or assisting you or whatever, if they're within a sphere using you as the focal point. So if you imagine Cal as the focal point and you draw a sphere around Cal, Bode would have to be inside of that for him to do damage. If he's outside of it, then what he's going to do is he's just going to stand there and he's going to do nothing. So it's very, very important that that you make sure that when you're doing a strategy like that, that your companion is close enough. For these enemies, this has actually changed since I got the run. There were quite a few things that I decided, you know, once I got the run, I didn't want to change anything necessarily for the run because I had muscle memory and I was really, really close to getting the run, many runs in a row. I was very, very close to getting it. So I didn't want to mess with muscle memory and throw anything off, but there are things that have since changed. Like if I did this run again, they wouldn't look the same. This is one of those areas. I'll go over in a future guide or future run what that looks like, but or just stop by my Twitch channel and you'll see it live. But there is going to be a theme in this run where there are going to be things that I would no longer do. And the reason for that is because when I decided I'm going to do this run, I wanted to do it in a vacuum. So there are other people that I know, friends of mine who are also challenge running this game to do it no damage. And we all decided that we were going to do it in our own little vacuum. And then at some point we would come together and see, you know, put all of our heads together and kind of make the meta strats for every area. And so there are going to be things in this run, like I said earlier, that I would never do again. Because since I've gotten the run, you know, I've shared my strats, they've kind of shared theirs, and I was like, oh, that's really good. I'll do that in the future, right? Or vice versa. So I'll try to point out the major ones. There are some that are minor that don't really matter that much, but all the major things that would change in this run, I'll definitely point out to you guys and let you know what they are and the reason behind them and what they would be changed to. So as you can see here, again, another dead zone. And like I mentioned earlier, this is going to be a recurring theme with the enemy AI in this game, is that if they are melee, they will generally not be able to attack you if you're on a raised surface. Now that raised surface needs to be more than like, you know, the height of Cal's boot, for example, right? It needs to be like a box or something like that, but it needs to be something that you can get on top of and be significantly higher than the enemy. And if you're able to do that, then generally speaking, the enemy AI for melee will not be able to attack you. So keep that in mind. You'll see that a lot on the strategies that I've created for this run. Okay, so our first boss, if you can call it that, because this is a regular enemy type that we're going to deal with for the rest of the game. But we're going to go ahead and dodge backwards here. This is part of a tutorial. And then what we're going to do is immediately use Bode's attack and stun to stun the droid and then do a bunch of damage on him. So my general rule of thumb is once you get the stun, you get 5 attacks in and then you back off. You can go for a 6th attack if you're really fast, but it can be a little risky. So generally speaking, 4 to 5 hits, then you back off. And then you just wait for Bode to regenerate his attack and then you use it again and that will complete the fight. Very consistent strat, very easy to pull off, and I highly doubt there's a better way to do that. So that's my suggestion for you guys.
What's he got? Aren't we all?
Extension cable's holding.
Good, I got a feeling you're gonna need it. So hard. Back to the bridge?
Hope the crew crew's doing all right. If Gabs gets bored, she might slice into Imperial comms for fun.
Is she that good?
Too good. Syndicate trained, but got on the wrong side of her employers. Bravo used to fly for the Republic.
Military. That explains a lot. How'd you start working with Coop and Liz?
Cantina on Norset. Bounty hunter got the drop on me. Twins threw him down a mine shaft. Friends ever since.
Solid crew, Justice. Hope I'm pulling my weight.
You got us to the Senator.
Is that right, BD?
Now, good to see you.
Hey, Bravo. No job ever goes according to plan, does it?
What fun would that be? How's the new guy doing?
Bit of a talker, but good in a fight.
Huh, I'll take it.
Gab sliced the yacht. Senator can't call for help, but he's locked in pretty tight.
You try and knock him?
Batisa! Bode.
Twins, get Cal across that gap.
Good job, Batisa.
What should I do?
You got a jetpack.
Thanks, Twins.
Keep your eyes sharp. Bravo says he's still on notice. Yeah. Maybe next time you'll check for sip. Hey, Cal. How you holding up?
Just appreciating the view. What am I looking for?
2 beams wrapped around the yacht. Gotta take a lot of torque. I'm talking Jedi torque.
I think I can handle that.
Hey, Cal, I tried to move those beams, but...
Yeah, Gabs gave me the heads up.
Right.
First beam's down, Gabs. Can you tell the Twins to pull down the yacht?
On it. Coop, Liz, your turn. Hold on. There's a factory vent that'll cook you medium rare. All clear, Cal. Long way to drop. Be careful.
I'm always careful.
Corina, saved your ass. You owe me a ship.
For the record, I loosened it up.
Nice job, Cal. Hop on. We'll bring you down.
I'm on, Gabs.
Twins, the yacht's all yours. And now, time for me and my lovely assistant to show you how it's done.
Let's go reintroduce ourselves to the Senator.
Stay back! I'm warning you! I've got an entire...
I knew we had unfinished business. Give us your terminal passcode.
Impossible! They'll execute me!
Maybe I could change his mind. You will give me access to your terminal.
I can't.
Unlock it and you'll be rewarded.
I'll be rewarded. I will unlock the terminal.
Lucky you, Senator. You've got a date with Saw Gerrera.
He'll kill me.
Oh, I don't know about that. Depends on whether you cooperate. That's a skill Senator's prize.
Gotta get to the Mantis.
Okay, so for our first enemy in the Undercity, it's just going to be a probe droid. What I'm going to do is I'm going to run up the stairs, we're going to grasping pull it, kill it, same as we did the last one earlier on the rooftops.
Gotta stay one step ahead. Need to center myself.
So up ahead, we're going to have 2 more probe droids. The way we're going to handle this is we're going to go up and we're just going to drop. And what that'll do is that'll aggro their AI. And their AI will come to the edge and then we'll be able to deflect from a safe point where they can't just walk up to us and explode on us. And I get lucky here, and both the droids kind of take each other out, so that's always nice. What we're going to do now is we're going to move up. We're going to get a Electro Staff Purge Trooper that'll drop down, and we're just going to turn around and run back. And so the strategy here is to bring him in, and every single attack that these troopers do can be dodged at the right moment. So we're just going to wait to do that. Now I see that he's doing an attack that's going to break my guard, but it won't do damage to me, and I know that from experience. So I let him break my guard, that way later on in the game, if an enemy breaks my guard, I don't get the prompt that comes up. So the first time your guard gets broke, there's always like a tutorial prompt that comes up that explains what's happening. And I don't want that to happen in the middle of a fight. So say I'm deflecting a bunch of troopers, my guard gets broke, and then, you know, I want to be able to do something then. I don't want to have this tutorial prompt that's blocking me from an action, so we'll go ahead and get it out of the way there. Usually if he doesn't do that attack, then I don't worry about it, but if he does do it, then I take advantage of it and just go ahead and get the prompt out of the way.
Protect me.
So we have to mind control or do confusion on one of these guys as part of the tutorial. So I do that, and I just perfect parry the second guy, and then as you go into the kill animation, you gain invincibility, so you can't be damaged. So I take advantage of that so that the other guy can't do damage to me. Okay, so for the freight area, I'm just going to drop onto this other side, and what I want to do is I want to get super close to the edge here and then push this guy off. And what that's going to do is when I push him off, it's just going to aggro everybody. It's not going to kill him, but it's going to aggro everyone in the area, specifically the probe droid. That is what I want. So I come back over to this side so no one can just walk up to me. And we're just going to take out this probe droid in a 1v1. So once the probe droid is hit, he'll drop down into nothing and die. And then what I want to do is I want to come back here and I just want to drop combat. So in this game, same as Jedi Fallen Order, you'll know when you've dropped combat because your force bar will go away, BD1 will move on your back, you'll be able to put your lightsaber away. All of those are good indicators that you're out of combat. So once we're out of combat, I just want to slowly go back into the area. And I want to wait until the troopers are like walking on the second half, the far half of this area. So I'll go up to the box, and then what we're going to do is we're going to go around and we're going to take out the now the most dangerous enemy in the area, which is the guy here, the heavy assault. So once we take out the heavy assault, we're going to take out Trooper 1, we'll take out Trooper 2, and then we're going to jump up to the box at our 10 o'clock. And now we'll wait here and we'll take out Trooper 3 that comes up and shoots at us from the stairs.
It's hard to crack! Bitches, I was not prepared for this! Come on, hit him!
And then what I'm going to do is slightly move to the right so that I can unline of sight myself from Trooper 1 down there. Then we're going to take care of this guy. And now I'm going to go over to the boxes that you see in front of me to take care of that last trooper. So that's the last ranged trooper I'm going to drop down. We'll grasp him full kill. And that is the last enemy that is aware that I'm here. And if I remember correctly, I'll look back here to make sure no one's running at me. Maybe I don't. But there are enemies back there. When we went on the crate, we kind of bypassed all of them, right? So doing my strategy there, you make all of those enemies oblivious to your existence. And so they never engage in combat with you. So it's a good way to reduce some of the risk there. By removing some of those enemy variables from the equation. Okay, so we're going to be coming up on the 9th Sister fight here. Again, like I said at the very beginning of this video, I will be making guides for all the bosses, so I'm not going to go into super detail here, but I do want to point out things that are major differences, because the 9th Sister, for the most part, is 90% the 9th Sister from Jedi Fallen Order. Right down to the attack animations and how you would deal with them and everything else. So for phase 1, you're basically just doing what I'm doing here. For phase 2, we'll get into the details there. in a second, but phase 2 is not a big deal. Phase 3 is where there are 2 new abilities that are introduced, and we'll go over those in a second as well. So whenever she's doing this like mind meld or this psychic whatever, I don't know what to call this, but when she's like got her hand up on her head and she's like channeling that energy, right, she can't be attacked. You have to stay close to her, otherwise she will pull you. So keep that in mind if you're trying to do this no damage. Otherwise, everything else in this second phase is Jedi Fallen Order. So if you're having trouble with that, and I haven't released the guide yet, go check out my guide on the Jedi Fallen Order fight for her, specifically phase 1 of that fight, and you'll know how to deal with this entire fight. So once we get the dual sabers, what I'm going to do is I'm going to swap from a defensive approach, letting her attack, to me attacking and go offensive. Because I want to try and break her guard and get a crap ton of damage in on her, if possible. So that's what you're seeing here. I'm just going to attack her non-stop. I'll dodge whatever she does when she does the repost. And aside from that, it's just, knowing her abilities, right? The only 2 new abilities really that she has in this fight are slight modifications from Fallen Order, and you've seen both of those. It's the spinning saber and then the ground pound. There's one other one that she can do that is brand new to Jedi Survivor, but she didn't do it in this fight, so I'll leave that for the guide once I actually make it.
Bode, Bravo, are you there? Let's get back to the Mantis. If the others made it out.
Okay, so we'll have 3 enemies up here ahead of us. I'm gonna go ahead and push off the ranged trooper. We'll deflect the second ranged trooper, and then we'll grasp and pull the third, which is a melee, and that'll take care of that area. For this next section, as I get to the platform, there'll be a trooper walking away up the stairs, so we want to grasp and pull kill him immediately. And then I want to jump up on this stuff here to my right. And what that does, pulling the first trooper and killing him, aggroes these guys in, and then we'll just stand here, we'll deflect both troopers, and once they're dead, I'm actually going to use the photo mode to determine where the purge trooper is. Almost every time he'll be like at the top of the stairs on the left there. So if he is, you can do what I did there and just double jump up and grab the rope, and then you can go straight up and completely avoid that engagement.
Fingers close.
Okay, so for the last section on Coruscant.
Let's do this.
So what I'm going to do is when I go to open the door, I'm going to initiate the interact, and then I'm immediately going to move to the left. And what this is going to do is it's going to make it so that all of the enemies out front do not enter combat with me. And what's going to also happen is Bravo is going to kill every one of them with a sniper, except for the guy closest to me. So once Bravo kills everyone, we're going to route around the back, and the reason I'm going backwards is because I don't want anyone off to my 2 o'clock to see me. That's the second group. So I'm going to go ahead and take care of this guy, and now I'm going to move up, and you can see Bravo's already firing at them, because once that final guy from the first group is killed, the second group goes active immediately. So I'm just going to stand off to the side, out of their line of sight, let Bode handle everything, let Bravo handle everything, and then I'm going to move up. So as we come up, we'll grasping pull the heavy, and then I'm going to jump up to this yellow box here, and now I'm just going to wait. So again, we'll let Bravo kill all of these guys. There are ranged troopers running up to me, but I don't have to worry about that because they'll die before they'll ever break my guard, even if they were standing there shooting at me. So once all of them are dead, now we're going to get all these ships that come in with a bunch of ranged troopers on them. As you can see, we don't have to do anything but stand here because Bravo is going to snipe them all out. Once he snipes them all out and all of the ships leave, then we'll go forward and we'll take care of the melee troopers that are on the ground.
We're doomed. Get him.
Bravo's saving our ass.
We got him.
All right, so what I like to do here is take a measured approach. So use a little bit of force, use a little bit of straight combat. That way I have force in case something happens and I need it for an emergency. As we move forward here, we'll get 2 more and I'll just do the exact same thing, right? So nothing different there. Okay. So now we're going to go forward and you'll see there's some boxes here on my left. We're going to jump up on this section here. And now I'm just going to wait because we're going to get another ship that comes in with a heavy assault. We're going to wait for Bravo to take him out. And once that guy's taken out, I'm going to drop down to initiate the AI on these 3 enemies. And I'm going to stand here so that they get pulled in. And then I'm going to jump back up. And the reason for this is what I explained to you guys earlier. It's to make sure that they're inside the sphere that my companion AI needs to operate, to function. So I'm bringing them in so that they're close to me so that he can do the damage. And the reason I'm moving around here is because I want to keep pinging the enemy AI. I want to keep pinging them to get them to be doing something. Even if it doesn't look like they're doing something, they actually are. But I want to keep them active so that keeps Bode active. For whatever reason, if you just kind of stand there, Bode will do some shots and then he'll just stop doing anything. So it's really important to make sure that I'm still moving. I'm engaging their AI so that they're engaging my companion AI and that he can take them out. And that's Coruscant, done with no damage. So off to a good start.
We should tidy up before we visit Grease. You know how he is about mess. Let's get this back on the workbench. All right, then. We're almost there. Let's head up to the cockpit. So calm. Bravo would have liked this. Come on, buddy. Long way to go. Okay. So Grease is on the other side of all this? Mind giving me a closer look? That is one big beast. We have our target. Now let's reach it. Last time I saw a Lucrehulk was Braca. A long time ago, Prof. What would you say now? Come on. Mantis won't repair itself. Just hope Grease has the parts we need.
So I'm going to go ahead and pick up an ability here. My first checkpoint here, my first goal is to get Howling Push. And this ability here, Wrenching Pull, is going to be important, kind of, because it allows me to do an animation cancel on echoes. So echoes are like the shiny things that you're able to pick up, and they give you a tiny bit of experience. You can see one right there, kind of in front of me to my 1 o'clock. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run up here, we're going to take out this enemy, and then I'm going to run forward to the back of the area after I scan it, and take out another one of them, and then we're going to scan this statue or droid or whatever that was. And then we'll run and we'll take out the final enemy here, and then I'm going to turn and I'm going to take this echo, and you'll see the animation cancel right there. So what the animation cancel is as you interact with an echo, you use Wrenching Pull, and it stops you from kneeling down and staying kneeled down and going through that whole animation. And it's not anything you have to do. It's just a way to speed the run up ever so slightly. So, and plus I have to get it anyways to get Howling Push, which, as I said earlier, is objective 1 for our skills. So for these enemies, basically I'm going to run over to instigate their AI to move forward, and then I'm going to jump back. And the reason I'm jumping back here is because in this position, they will never be able to hit me with a grenade. So generally speaking, one of them will usually throw a grenade at you, and because I'm so far back, they can't throw it that far to hit me. So it makes it very, very safe. So we'll get the scan on them. We're going to run forward. We'll have a Raider, and we'll have 2 more of the B1 droids. So what I want to do is I want to aggro the B1 droids and then run away. And what should happen is that they should follow me. Unfortunately, well, I guess it's not even unfortunately, it's not a big deal, but they didn't follow me up. But for whatever reason, the Raider did, which I had never seen this before. I think I was at 160 hours, 150 hours, something like that, of game time at this point, and I'd never seen him do this. It had always been the B1 droids would run back, and then I would deal with him. So basically just had to deal with it in reverse. It's not a huge deal. So I'm going to take this guy out, and then we'll move forward, and we'll take out the B1 droids, and then I'll move on.
Find something, buddy?
As you could tell, I was being very cautious because I'd never done that before. But a lot of people maybe know, but maybe don't, that all of the B1 droids in the game can be killed with a hard push. So what in Jedi Fallen Order would have been called mass push. So mass push or howling push, you would be able to kill them instantaneously. And in Jedi Survivor, you have that mass push, quote unquote, from Jedi Fallen Order instantly when you start the game. So you're able to do that at any point in time. So if you ever see a bunch of B1 droids, you can just mass push them and you'll kill all of them.
Another day, another droid crushed.
Okay, so what I want to do here is I want to wait for the B2 droid to kind of walk out. I want to make sure I have double saber. We're going to drop on this Raider, take him out immediately. Deflect the B2 will always follow up with a rocket. And then once he's knocked down and stunned, we'll go in and we'll finish him off.
I think it's safe to say these droids have new masters. Careful. Okay, so they explode. Good to know.
Alright, not a whole lot to talk to here. I ran up on him while sprinting, which aggroed him in, so I just decided to push his grenade instead of stab him in the back. So for these enemies, I'm going to push the Raider, and all that's going to do for me is get the B2 droid to shoot at me. So we'll go through the same tempo here. We'll deflect. We'll push the rocket. I can't go into melee safely, so we'll just wait for him to shoot. And then once he's down, what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump over and just run past these Raiders. I'm going to use the animation cancel on this Echo, since the enemies are behind me, and then I'm going to move forward and down into this area.
These Raiders are nothing but killers.
So what I'm going to do in this area is I'm going to run through, and this is just getting experience stuff, so there will be an Echo, there will be some scans, there will be an Essence up here that we're going to get, and then there will be some enemies, and I'll go over those once we get to them. So as I get to the bottom of the zip, I'm going to immediately go off the right side, and I'm going to tuck myself up against the wall here under this ledge. And what I want to do is I want to wait until the B1 droids are close enough that I can push them. And I want to stay along the left side of the wall so that the B2 droid can't shoot me. However, once both B1 droids are dead, we'll fight the B2 droid, same as we did the last one from range, and then I can move on. And that's what happens when you miss a deflect. You have to deal with that attack. Anyways, once we get back up to the top, the wall here, I'm going to go ahead and rest at the meditation point, and I'm going to acquire Howling Push, because at this point, I have the required skill points to get it. And this is one of the areas where things might change in the future, because I'm thinking that... and I didn't realize this until I completed the run, and then I started messing around with the game on warrior mode, that basically the upgraded, like the max level grasping pull is much more useful for so many different things than Howling Pushes. So I'm thinking maybe in the future on runs that I would want to get that first and then get Howling Push later, instead of doing it the opposite way, which is what I did in this run.
Please let me go. We won't prospect in the gorge again.
You hear that?
No, do it. Call it in.
So as the B1 droid walks forward here, we're just going to take him out for free, and then we'll go ahead and fight this guy. And this is a good example. If I had the upgraded pull here, I could literally pull this guy and throw him into the tar pit and would never have to fight him. So that would be an instance of, or an example where when you're comparing the two side by side, it's like one you would have to fight, and the other one you would not have to fight. You'd be able to do it very simple. So for these enemies here, you'll get a roller mine that takes out the B1 droid, and if you wait long enough, another roller mine will come and take out the Raider. And then you'll get like one of my favorite lines in the game from the B1 droid. Which I don't think I let him finish. He says, "Oh, guess I'm in charge now."
Nice job.
Anyways, this is another area where the pull would be very useful, because we're gonna have a BX droid up here, and if I had the upgraded pull, I'd be able to pull this guy and throw him into the tar pit. However, because I don't have it, I'm gonna have to fight him. So what I choose to do is I cut all the braces that were back here, and I'm gonna pull the BX droid all the way back here, and then pull a roller mine and shove it in his face. What that's going to do is it's going to do 50% of his life. So he's at half health now. And then what I want to do is I want to move to the right here and line of sight him. And when I do that, he's going to walk away. And as long as I'm not sprinting, I have basically stealth. So one of the new things, new mechanics they introduced in Survivor is that if an enemy is away from you, looking away from you, and you're not sprinting, you're just walking normally, then they'll be unaware and you can get a backstab in on them. So that backstab for the BX droid does 50% damage. That coupled with the roller mine is how we kill them there safely without actually fighting them. For this raider, I'm just going to fight him straight up. There's not really anything you could do here. Better unless you had the upgraded pull. So we'll take this guy out and then we'll move on.
BD1, over here. Hey, what have you found? You want to press it, right? Those things pack a punch. Okay, now let's find a way out of this tar pit. That could be useful. Dams aren't held together by much. They're sinking. Ugh, gotta move. Tar nest.
So as we make our way to the bottom of the elevator shaft here, we'll get a B2 droid that's pathing left to right. And what we're going to do is we're going to wait for him to get basically to the edge, and then we're going to send a roller mine at him. And that should throw him off the ledge. Most of the time it does. If not, you just deflect one shot and he's basically dead. So we'll take out this B1 droid, we'll walk in, we'll roller mine the BX in the middle, and then what I'm going to do is deflect the last B1 droid, and then I'm going to run back. And this BX droid will now be really, really low HP, so we should only have to hit him like one time, and then we can move forward. And the game ate my input there and made it double instead of a single dodge, which happens way more than I would like to admit. Both on dodging and on jumping. So I pull that enemy off the high ground just because I like to be on the high ground here. You could also make the argument that it's not better to be on the high ground. It would be better to be on the low ground, so you could like line of sight the B2 droid if something bad happened. But I feel like a single B2 droid should be well within the bounds of my skill if I'm trying to attempt to run like this. So I wasn't too worried about it. I think in the future though, like you know, if you're really analyzing every single area and trying to do risk reduction on it and make it as low risk as possible, then you would want to stay on the low ground there and use the box that I was standing on, the Connex there, to have options to line of sight if you needed it.
Not a bad change of scenery. Grease's place should be around here somewhere. Yeah.
Okay, so as I make my way down the path here, I'm going to get to right around this rock at my 1 o'clock, and I'm going to use this as my jumping off point. So we'll fall off, and then I'm just going to run straight for the back here. And the reason I'm doing this is I'm trying to bypass the enemies. I don't want to be pulled into combat. So we'll basically run all the way to the back of this area. We'll get an echo, we'll get an essence, and then I'll move to the left, and we'll continue on, get another echo, and make our way towards Rambler's Reach.
little guy.
Imagine being scared of something so fluffy.
Watch it all burn down, you know.
I once used a flamethrower. It was excellent.
See, this droid gets it.
Let that be a lesson to y'all. You come into my outpost, I'll hunt you down and kill you myself.
I need to focus. We made it. It'll be good to see Grease again. Been a long time. Maybe he knows where the others ended up. Cere stuck in the past. Merrin wandering. Ancient history.
Alright, so for Zeik, this is another boss fight that's, it's hard to call it a boss fight. It's the same as the KX droid, on Coruscant. We're gonna see these guys many more times in the game, and they have the exact same abilities as he does. So really, he does 4 attacks, and on some of them you can dodge. At other points, you can dodge, and really it's just knowing when you can dodge, and when you can get the hits in. So very simple. And again, I'll do a more detailed guide on that in the future.
Well done.
If you're dying of thirst, well, our drinks, they ain't the worst. And if you're running from a blaster, better run a little faster. Run to Pyloon Saloon, and we hope we see you soon.
There's the kitchen. Basement must be through here. Wow. Grease really outdid himself. Old smuggling tunnels, huh? Grease always kept a few secrets up his sleeve. Wow. What'd you find, buddy? Ouch. Boglings. Are these what spooked Grease? Careful around here, bud. Nobody's used these tunnels for a long time now. Dusty and abandoned. More scraps, huh? Leave the Grease to take another person's junk and add more junk. We should check this out. Almost reminds me of the Jedi training grounds. It feels different. Older.
So as I make my way to the top of this section, I'm going to turn around and go back. So we're going to have a resource now that we want to pick up called data disks. And what I want to do is I want to get 5 of these. And the reason for that is because I want to buy flux from the vendor that we're about to meet in the second Z when she first becomes available. And what flux does is it allows us to regenerate our force in and out of combat without having to rest. The drawback is that it reduces the total force you have by a large amount. However, in a run like this, your ability to regenerate force during combat is way more advantageous than having less force. So that perk, Flux, is a 100% absolute must for doing this run. Without it, it would exponentially increase the difficulty of this run. And you'll see why later on as we go through the run and you see some more of the strategies. But having your force be able to regenerate is very, very important. So as we go through, that's data disk number 2. As we go through towards the forest array, you're going to see that I'm going to be picking up these data disks, which really are not even off the beaten path. They're just kind of like along the way. So we'll pick those up. We'll get 5 of them before we head back from the forest array, and that'll set me up to get Flux as early as I possibly can. Now this is one of the things that is going to change. Like if I did another run here in Survivor for this specific run, the data disk acquisition would change. Instead of getting 5, I would be aiming to get 15. Because later on in the run, you'll see that one of the perk slot upgrades that I go to get is it's on Jedah, and it requires me to do combat, right? To fight things, which is a risk. Whereas if I was to path out 15 data disks instead of just 5, then I could buy that perk slot upgrade from Z instead of doing the combat, which would be infinitely safer, right? So that'll be a change in the future. So we'll get our first perk here, which it's not a must, but resilience is, in my opinion, a must. If that makes sense. You don't need it, but I suggest you have it. And all that does is it extends your guard meter by 1 segment. So your standard single saber or blaster stance would have 4 segments, and this will increase it to 5. So you definitely want to have it. It's very, very beneficial. And we'll put it on here in a second once we get to a meditation point.
I'll be there in a moment, Cal. Don't wait on my behalf. Oh, such strange buildings. Oh, nice.
I'm not a Bedlam Raider spy. I'm a friend of Cal Kestis. Tell me more about this.
Newcomer.
So I'll be honest with you guys, this section coming up, I have no idea how the developers intended for you to get to the other side of this area. This jump here is just something that I found. So I think they intend for you to go to the left and drop down near the biomall that's down there. I don't know if that's the way you're supposed to do it or not, but that's how I do it, and I suggest you do it that way as well. Keeps you out of combat. So for these B1 droids, we'll just walk up, push them, they all insta-die. We'll have 2 raiders here by the door leading to the forest array. And what I choose to do here is aggro them, pull them away from the door, and then what you're going to see is I'm going to drop down to the ledge and I'm going to shimmy all the way down to that far side where they were standing. And by doing that, they'll drop combat, and then I can just climb up and walk straight through the gate. And I don't have to take any risk of damage or fighting anybody. I can just stay away from them and get through the gate for free, pretty much.
Put them down.
Go. The array should be out here somewhere. Only way forward is to cut through. You catch that too, BD? You're not alone out here. That zipline, BD. Some of these rock columns are loose. What do you think this array is, buddy? Centauri Kree said it held the key to Tantalor. Z seems to think so too. Only one way to find out. Empire. I don't think they saw us. Let's move.
Okay, so for the troopers and the droids up here, basically I'm just going to let this play out. And this goes one of 2 ways. Either the troopers will kill the droids. If they do that, then I'll jump over, which is less ideal. Or what happened here, which is what is ideal, is that the melee trooper is the only one alive, and then you can just force push the droids. And then deal with the trooper, because that way you're never in any danger. For this next group of enemies, we're going to climb all the way until we literally can't climb anymore. And then I'm going to execute a double jump in the direction of the shield trooper, and then we're going to take him out. I'll then want to go ahead and deflect the range. And then deflect the second range. And then we can deal with the melee. So as I turn this corner, we're going to have 2 more enemies to deal with. And basically, I'm just going to pull shield, smash into the one that's running at me, and then deal with the guy that had the shield in the first place. As I slide down into this next section, we're going to completely ignore it and just continue on. There's no reason to fight anything here.
Even before she was damaged, there's no way Z could have made this journey. Of course, back in Kree's day, there was no Empire to contend with. But I would give to see a glimpse of that galaxy.
So funny story here. I lost a run here one day because I scanned that and ran right over the campfire and found out the hard way that there is elemental damage in this game. So don't be past Hayete. Learn from... Well, I guess right now I'm talking to you and I am still past Hayete, right? But yeah, learn from my mistakes. Don't make the mistakes of past Hayete and get burnt. For the next set of enemies here, basically I'm just going to fight them all from the high ground. And what I want to do is I want to get the ranged troopers killed first, then I'm going to prioritize the shield trooper, and then once I get the shield out of the shield trooper's hand, then I'm going to prioritize the melee commander. And once there's no shield and there's no melee commander, then we'll drop down and take care of the last guy. So that'll take care of the shield. We'll throw it back. Now there's only one guy. We can drop down and just do a 1v1.
What does the Empire want with a backwater planet like Koboh?
So for the biomall down here, we don't have to fight it at all. We can just run past it, similar to the last one. It will always spit at you, but because you pull out the stone platform, the spit will just hit it. So you don't have to worry about that doing damage to you. You're completely safe if you do exactly what I did there every time.
Don't know what that stuff is, but definitely.
And then I run into the nanites there because I think I was checking my phone or something. So we'll go across this. We're going to keep climbing. We're not going to go the way we're supposed to. We're going to go into this little area here. And that's just to grab a data disk.
Another data disk.
And then we'll head on into the forest array.
You think this substance has anything to do with the array? This is the work of Santori Kree. If the rest of Z's story is true, the key to Tanalorr should be around here somewhere. No cutting through this stuff. Power's out. This place must have been abandoned and forgotten. I guess Z didn't forget. All these years later, and she never gave up on her mission. We can't let her down.
All right, so we'll have one chicken, as we've come to call it in the challenge community. We'll have one chicken there. We'll grasping pull kill that, and then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to run. We don't need to fight this guy, and as long as you run, the animation of him coming into the area is long enough that you can safely get to this climbing section without him being able to attack you. So.
Just not on this scale.
So I'm going to go ahead and rest here to regenerate force because I'm going to need all of it for the 4 chickens that are in this next room.
Let's go.
And so what I'm going to do here is we're going to go ahead and pull 1, kill it. That'll aggro the other 3. And then I'm just going to jump onto the table here. And I'll kill them from up here, all except for the last one, because I don't have enough force. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to bring this guy in. And he's either going to do one of 2 things. He's either going to charge like he did there, or he's going to walk up to you and like try to headbutt you. So that's what I'm waiting on, basically. I got lucky and he just did his feet kick attack, which is honestly the best thing because it does the least amount of damage of the 3 attacks. And then once he's dead, we're just going to move on. We'll have 1 more chicken here. We'll drop kill on that, and then we'll move on into the next area.
All the critters around the array are pretty riled up. Could be the dust in the air. Imperial patrols probably don't help either. This'll come in handy. Force is with me.
So as we move to the top here, we're going to go ahead and do confusion on the Biomaw and let him take out all of the stormtroopers. So I'm going to move up here just to make sure that the Biomaw's killed everything, because what I want to do now is I want to pull it back. So I'm going to aggro it, and then I'm going to run all the way back to where we were standing earlier outside of the area. So by moving to this position, the Biomaw actually hits an invisible wall. And again, his aggro can see me, but he can't attack me. So I'm going to use that to my advantage, and we're going to kill him. 1, to make the area safe so I can go through it without having to dodge or worry about being attacked. And 2, it'll give me some experience.
The Empire is way out of their element here. Careful, BD.
Situations.
This isn't the time to fight. Now this is more my speed.
Stay safe, you hear?
So we'll grasping pull this chicken, insta-kill, and then what we want to do is we want to walk forward. We don't want to run because then we'll lose our stealth mechanic, so that we can backstab insta-kill the heavy. And now what I want to do is as I move into this next area, I want to have double saber out, and we're just going to deflect as much as we can. Hopefully we'll get both of these stormtroopers dead, then we can move back and prepare to take the shield and kill the shield trooper. So now I only have a heavy assault on the high ground, so I'll swap back to double saber. We'll enter the area, take him out, and then I'll move on. As we enter the area here, we're going to drop insta-kill the melee commander. And then as I rotate the platform here, I'm going to go ahead and head back down this way towards the meditation point to get the data disc that's here at the end. Once I get that, I'm going to dodge back. There is an invisible wall here that the chickens can't run past, so it's completely safe, but I always dodge back just to be extra safe, I guess. Old Jedi Fallen Order habit. If it's safe, be extra safe in case it bugs.
That did the trick. Let's move. Wonder how long they were stuck in this stuff. Looks like that weird matter around here can take on various forms. Let's hope that tower at the top of the array has some answers.
So as I take the Rettler, I'm going to drop into this area here, and I'm just going to wait. And what I'm waiting for is I'm waiting for the Stormtrooper there, the one closest to me, to completely path past this area. And as he's going, I'm just going to walk up and jump onto this red crate. What this is going to do is as soon as he turns, he will aggro everyone in the area for me. And then I'm just going to deflect all of the ranged enemies from this area. Now what I want to do is I want to take the shield out of play. Then I'm going to drop down and I'm going to take the melee commander out of play. Then I'll start to back down the bridge, take the next one out, and then we'll take the final one out. Now if I remember correctly, I think I forgot to get the data. Yeah, so I forgot to get the data disc here. There's a data disc behind me at the end of the bridge there. So after I kill the final stormtrooper, what I should do is go back down the bridge, grab the final data disc that I need for Flux, then come up here and do all this. If I remember correctly, I remember it like right around now. And I'm like, okay, well, I've already got the orb. And if I throw the orb on the ground and leave it for too long, it'll disappear and reset. So we'll just go ahead and go up here, slot it in, and then I go back to get the data disc.
Same mechanisms powered Z's chamber. We're getting close. Maybe Z could tell us more about this. There's those spy droids again. They're not the only ones interested in the array. Searched all over the array, buddy. This is our last stop. If the key to Tanalorr is real, it has to be here. And if not, maybe Z does have a screw loose. That seal looks familiar. All right, let's go. This must be where Centauri Kree intended to send Z. The key to Tanalorr was sealed away. For centuries now. That did it. Sounds like the array is powering up. Time for some answers.
force is strong here.
It's just as I told you. We'll build the temple here.
Yes. My thoughts exactly. It's simply wonderful.
Yes, it's perfect. I've seen the galaxy, Centauri. And there are many worlds that the light of the Jedi does not reach. I'm going to petition the High Council to train initiates here.
Fontana law. But it can be so challenging to access. What if something were to go wrong?
Our temple will be a bastion for the Order. Here at the galactic frontier.
The Abyss blocks comm signals. We'll have to invite a member of the Jedi Council to visit in person.
Release me. Please.
Alright, so for Dagan 1, the fight is very simple. And again, I will put out a guide on this in a little bit more detail, but the fight is so simple that I could probably do it right now. So the way that I do this fight is I stay ranged from him. By staying ranged from him, he'll only ever do one of two attacks. He'll do the dash that you saw there, which you just dodge and then hit him once. There it is again. And it ate my input and double dodged. Or he'll throw Saber. And what happens here that doesn't happen on any other Dagan fight is when he throws Saber, if you perfect parry it, it does damage to him. So what I want to do is instead of coming into this fight and trying to perfect parry him nonstop and you know, pretend it's like a Sekiro boss, what we're going to do is we're going to stay ranged and take his 7 abilities or whatever he does and all the timing that's required therein and reduce it all down to 2 abilities where you only have to time 2 things. So for a no damage run, you're always looking for the strategy that is the safest and the most consistent and the most repeatable. And so that's what I landed on here with this. And in my opinion, this is the meta strat. If you want to get through Dagan 1 without taking damage consistently every single time, this is the best way to do it. Now there is a slight change you could do if you had the experience points or the skill points. You could get aerial assault here and you could do much more damage to him. So every time he dashes in, instead of dodging him and hitting him, what you could do is you could double jump above him and then aerial strike down on his head for huge damage. But since I don't have that ability yet, I think you could work it in the skill point progression, but it might actually break the system the way that we have it planned out. But it is something you could do, for example. So it is a way to get extra damage on this boss if you happen to have it. But anyways, that's going to be the fight. That's what you're going to see. Dodging and hit once on dash, and then perfect parrying Saber, and that's it. We'll do that until his health bar goes all the way down to the point that it puts us into the cutscene. And something I do want to mention, the reason I'm only hitting him once when he comes in for the dash is because if you hit him twice, he'll repost you and then start attacking you, and obviously we don't want that. We want to get the free hit and then get out. So that's all I'll say on this fight, guys. I'll see you when we get to the next combat encounter.
Stand and fight. Behold!
The key to Tanalorr. Could Kriya have meant Dagan? How could she entrust Tanalorr to someone like him?
Tanalorr was supposed to bring us closer. But all it did was divide our order. The Council may have given up on you, but I know who you truly are, Dagan. Even if you yourself have forgotten.
She had such faith in him. At least she never had to see him fall to the dark side.
Not a bad view, huh, buddy? Wonder if Grease and Bode fixed the Mantis by now.
Tanalorr is real. And it may be the last corner of this galaxy that's safe from the Empire. I wish you could have seen it too, BD. I think we just found our ticket out of here. Easy. We won't hurt you. Good, Neko.
Now!
I bet we can clear that gate with a little boost from our new friend.
A sandcrawler, you know what that means. Jawas can't be far off. There they are.
So I do want to mention here that earlier I told you guys there were major sections that would be changed. So at the time that I was doing the run, I didn't realize that you could get a free puck from doing the Holo Tactics little mini game. So what would happen here in future runs is instead of going here to the right to go down the bridge and back to Rambler's Reach, I should go to the left. And if you go to the left, you'll go down a bit and then you'll find the NPCs that you'll need to rescue to get them to come back to Rambler's Reach and make the Holo Tactics minigame available to you. By completing that against one of the opponents, we wouldn't be able to do it now. We'd have to do it later. But by completing that minigame against a certain opponent, you'll get a bounty puck, and that coupled with the one that you get later from the bounty hunter that you fight will give you 2, which will allow you to buy 1 thing from the shop, which should be the B2 hack, which I don't pick up for this run because I didn't know about it. And I can't even claim ignorance that I didn't know about it because I actually buy the stun shot for the blaster stance, which in future runs I would not do because it's no longer needed. The reason I was buying it was for an enemy later on in the game in the Lucrehulk. And we've since in the community created a strategy. Even when I was doing this run, we created the strategy that basically made stun shot not needed. And the reason why I didn't change it up was because I didn't want to mess with my muscle memory. So that strategy would change, so that whole thing would change. But I do want to bring it up that at this point, you would want to go get them to make the Holo Tactics game available inside of the saloon.
Let's see what we got here. That should do it. Let's stop for a moment. That's Cere's Helix set. Wonder why it ended up here. Ready to go?
Lateros ain't built for the cold, you know.
Must feel good to get back in the cockpit after so long.
Fine. Just getting used to things.
Never been to Jedah. We headed to the city?
Nah, last I heard, Cere was holed up in the desert with some weird hermits called anchorites. I just wish he'd pick a more lively cult.
We're getting a signal from Jedah.
That's Cere. I sent word ahead that we'd be visiting. Let me put it up on the holo projector. Hey, Gal, check the holo projector. We got a call from Jedah.
Let's go find Cere's escort. The rendezvous point is up ahead.
Okay, so for these enemies, I'm just going to slide down and run past them. They don't attack vertically, so they only attack horizontally. So when they get close to you, you can just double jump over them. And that's what I choose to do, because you'll only ever have to like really jump past one, because the other ones will be all the way down further into the section. So I just double jump over and then, you know, start doing the platforming.
Jedah. Let's check it out.
So this is another area that I'm not sure exactly how you're intended to do it. This is just how I do it. And I've never been attacked by the Skriton here. Even when standing on the sand, the way that I stand on the sand. I've never been attacked. Again, I have no clue if this is the actual way you're supposed to do it. But this is how I do it. So, yeah, I'd be curious to hear if anybody else does this differently than I do. Or maybe that's the developer intended way. I don't know.
That gunship's heading towards the rendezvous. They're gonna beat us to Cere's escort. I see him. Not give up. I respect that.
Alright, so as I jump over here, we're going to have quite a few enemies in this area, and what I'm looking for is if there's any in front of me. If there's any in front of me, then what I do is I just howling push them and then run by them, same as I just did now. When we get up to the top here, there'll be 2 flame troopers. We'll just grasp and pull both of them. Because they're the final enemies before the next meditation point, so I can get all my force back then.
Look out. They'll be back for the speeder soon.
Gotta find the escort before the Empire does.
Anyone in the area.
Breathe.
So in this next area, we're going to be introduced to the jetpack troopers, and this is another area where the strategy would change in future runs, at least for the 4 jetpack troopers that come into the area. So the strategy that the community has now is basically to route and get enough skill points to gain confusion, or the confusion level. It's not the basic confusion, you need an upgraded one. But you would get the confusion skill that would allow you to confuse 2 of them, and then you would only have to deal with the other 2, and generally the 2 you confuse kill them. At the time that I did this, I didn't know that, so and I didn't have that routed out, so this was just a skill check. It was basically be good at the game. That's what happens here. This is there's not a whole lot of strategy with these guys. What I'm doing is just fighting them. Once they're dead, though, we'll get pulled into a cutscene, and then we'll have a ranged commander and 2 shields. My priority here is the ranged commander, so I want to get him dead first. Merrin usually takes out one of the shields. And then what I want to do after is I want Merrin to stun one. I got so scared, I thought he was going to charge into me. But we stun one, we kill it, and then we turn around and we're gonna howling push all of the enemies that come out of that section, because then the flame troopers will blow up on top of everyone and kill them.
More coming.
So once that area, or once that enemy group is done, we want to run up to this area, and when we're standing in this position, the KX droids cannot attack me. So again, they can see me, but they can't do anything, even though the KX droids are capable of ranged damage. They're in a melee mode at this point, so they're trying to get within melee mode, Jesus. They're trying to get within melee distance of me, and because they're in melee mode, and I never activate like their full capability, then they're never going to be able to use a ranged attack against me. So we're perfectly safe here. I'm holding Saber again to be super safe. But we're basically just going to stand here and let Merrin kill them.
You will regret that.
That's the last of them.
I picked up an ascension cable. See anything I can latch onto?
How's this?
Thought you were off traveling the galaxy. What are you doing on Jedah?
Jedah is part of the galaxy now.
Good to know.
I visit Cere from time to time. When I heard the mantis was arriving, I offered to guide you. We must get to the other side. Yes, that should work. Good. We should hurry, Cal. The storm is coming. Stormtroopers. We should circle around and ambush them from above.
I like the sound of that.
So for the enemy group ahead, we're just going to go down the checklist of what's most dangerous. So what I want to do here is I want to howling push off the rocket trooper, which I missed, and I should never have gone for the second howling push because I could have gotten shot there. But anyways, what we would normally do is we wouldn't miss. We would howling push the rocket trooper off, and then we would just turn around and deflect the ranged troopers, and then grasping pull everything that's left and kill it. Now, one of the things that, if I remember correctly here, that almost caught me was... maybe it wasn't... Yeah, it wasn't this run. There was a run where I pulled this melee commander, and I went to kill him just like that. And for whatever reason on that high ground, he didn't die. It only did half his life. And I didn't realize it. And he was up there, and luckily I dropped down. But he was still up there, and I was surprised by that. And then Merrin shot a Night Sister blast or something at him and killed him. So that can happen if you pull enemies there when you grasping pull to kill them. So my whole point in telling you that story was just make sure that they're dead. When you pull them up there, make sure you actually kill them.
He seems a step slow. Learn to take a joke, droid. Through here. Not stuck, are you? Spit. The way is blocked.
Whoa, watch out!
Are you trying to kill me?
Sorry, I thought...
It's alright, Cal. Stand back. I will fix this.
What are you doing?
Restoring the pattern you threw into chaos.
Incredible. That looked exhausting. You need a break?
The storm is coming. I will rest when we arrive at Cere's base.
Where did you learn that?
Dathamir.
You went home?
Yes. My sisters are gone, but their wisdom remains. Ah, it's vamos.
All right, so there is something that I actually missed here that I can't remember if I end up coming back on this run, but I remember missing it. I vividly remember missing it. But there's a skill point to my left up on the high ground, that the normal way you're supposed to go about it is to drop down and do a bunch of traversal and parkour up to get it. But there's a way you can skip it. Now, I think I come back later in the run and get it, but I'm telling you guys about it now because you would want to get it now instead of waiting till later in the run. And as you can see for all these enemies, it's basically just hold the high ground, prioritize killing the ranged, and then once the ranged are dead, we'll kill the melee. This ranged commander goes in and out of combat. So just from my experience with doing this section, there are times where I say, okay, well, it's safe. I can go ahead and pull a melee trooper or something like that. So you'll see me kind of weave the two in, but generally speaking, you want to prioritize range, then prioritize melee. Once they're all done, there will be one heavy assault around the corner, and you can either go down there and grasp and pull him, deflect him, or just let Merrin kill him. All of them are valid, it really doesn't matter.
Strike now!
Merrin, you got it?
Of course. I'll meet you on the other side.
Gotcha. Follow protocol for Jedi assault.
Good job.
Where did this come from? I can't get a clean shot.
They're scared of you.
I know. They have taken to calling me the Desert Ghost.
Desert Ghost, huh?
Haunting Imperials has become a hobby of mine.
Enemy!
Careful, there is danger nearby.
Know who this was?
I don't. But fear me. You always love to climb.
Comes in handy.
So as we get to the top of this climb, what we're going to do is I'm going to take out one of these guys and then have Merrin stun the one on the left. That way I can focus solely on the one on the right. Generally, you'll get him killed before the other one comes out of the stun. And then you can just focus on him. So it's a good way to kind of manipulate the fight to get like a 1v, like force a 1v1 out of a 1v2 situation. So as we drop down into the Skryton layer here, I move to the back, like the area where you would exit, because he's going to spawn in on the opposite side and come at you. And I find it most consistent just to dodge away from that. And then I'm going to use Merrin, same as the droid boss fight on Coruscant when we did Bode. It's the exact same strategy here. You want Merrin to stun the enemy, go in, do as many hits as you can. Here it's 3. I do 3 hits and then I back out. Merrin will do damage over time while she's building it back up, and then you want to go back in and get your hits and then get out. So I did 4 there, and that was really, really close. And then usually it would just take 2 stuns and we would get him killed. But it got messed up there a bit, so Merrin ends up finishing him off solo. But it's the exact same fight, is my point, as the droid on Coruscant. You're just using your companion and you're going in for your attack opportunity when they're able to stun the opponent.
The Spammel.
You really think you can tame one?
Worth a shot.
An oasis! We're saved!
Now we have the strength to reach the cross.
Is the base far?
Not with our new friend. And now we have time to catch up.
No kidding. It's been years. You must have seen the entire galaxy.
Almost.
How was it?
Amazing. The sinking city of Karatau. The Persaya cliffs. This galaxy suffers. But there is still beauty.
Any run-ins with the Empire?
Yes. These are dark times. I helped those I could.
I'm just glad you're all right.
You as well. Wherever I went, you were never far from my thoughts.
I've never seen a storm like that.
It's hard to tell how long one will last.
Let's not wait to find out.
My thoughts exactly. You've avoided Cere for years. Why visit her now?
I need her help. We're looking for something connected to the Order.
Interesting. Are you still upset with us for leaving?
I didn't see it coming, Merrin. All of us going our separate ways.
I understand, Cal. But we had our reasons. Spammel friend, can you go any faster?
All right.
We have to hurry. Faster. We need to hurry up.
Spammel's scared. It's fighting me. Slower now. Can you hear me? I don't see her, BD!
Cal! Can you hear me? This way!
Merrin, we're coming! You're all right. What now?
We must keep moving! Are you all right?
Fine. You?
Yes! We have to find shelter!
Where'd the Spammel run off to?
Doesn't matter now! Cal! This way!
So for this trooper up ahead, I don't know if he can actually hit you. I've just never taken the risk. So what I do is I walk forward and then walk back. And what he's going to do is he always shoots in your direction. But because there's obstacles and geography in the way, he doesn't actually hit me. Or should I say he doesn't have the opportunity to hit me, I guess, is the better way to say it. So as we go into this area, I'm going to slide to the left and I want to get behind this pillar. And what I'm going to do is I'm just waiting here. I want Merrin to kind of get into position to stun these guys. That'll take out all the melee in the area, and then I'm just going to focus on taking out the ranged from back here.
That is all of them.
So once they're all done, I'm going to move to a very specific location on the right side of this hill. And then I'm going to move down, which will aggro the ATST AI, and then bring it in. And the reason why I stand here is, one, you're holding high ground. So whenever the ATST throws out the mines, the electroshock mines, they cannot go uphill. So they will never touch you here. So what you're doing is by standing in this location, you're negating that whole mechanic. You don't have to worry about it. The other thing is that there's a little bit of a rock ledge, and you'll see it from time to time. You might have already seen it when I dodge. Some of the shots will hit that rock ledge, so it provides you a little bit of a safety blanket almost. A little bit of extra cover when applicable. At this point, so right there you can see the second shot impacted that cover. So that's why I like standing there. It reduces risk with just like normal shots, and then it also negates the grenade mechanic completely.
Do you hear that?
It can't be.
The Spammel must have found shelter. This way.
The Spammel saved us.
So we can forgive it for leaving us to die.
Agreed. Well, we survived our first storm together.
Yes, we did.
Glad we got to see each other again. How long are you staying on Jedah?
I don't know. But I am excited to see Grease. How is he these days?
Not bad. He opened up a cantina. Pyloon Saloon.
He named it after his great-grandma.
Nothing's more important to Grease than family. Master Cordova, did you find the Zepho?
Only faint traces of their passage, heading deep into the unknown regions.
Sorry to hear that.
As it goes. Ultimately, that failure inspired me to seek out other Jedi survivors. That search led me back to my old apprentice. How have you been faring, Cal?
That doesn't sound good.
I've had a few scrapes, but I'm still breathing.
And I'm glad for it. I heard some news about a Jedi terrorist on Coruscant not long ago.
You were on Coruscant? Well, the Mantis looks like it's seen better days.
You should see the other guys.
It is critical, of course, that our work remains secret.
What work exactly?
Better to ask Cere yourself. Meanwhile, Marin and I will greet our new arrival. So, how is the
You back to the Mantis.
So you're not joining us?
I cannot. A real stormtrooper won't stay still.
Start somewhere. There you go.
Not bad.
So, how long have you been working for Cere?
I do not work for Cere.
Right. My mistake.
Impressive.
I think you got it, Cal.
Let's head out.
Headed to Koboh? Drinks are on me! Actually, forget that last bit. Maybe those anchorites aren't so bad after all.
Didn't you call them weirdos?
that was before Cere told me they're helping those poor refugees hide from the Empire.
That right?
Yeah, working with the group called the Hidden Path. Real hush-hush stuff, so keep it in the family.
Understood.
It was nice to see everyone again.
Yeah, it really was. So, Cordova thinks we'll find out how to cross the Abyss by tracking down Dagan's old haunts?
That's right. You ever been there?
Once. Used to be a settlement. Now it's just a bunch of crumbling stone spires and creepy ruins. Get over here, kid. We're about to land.
Master Cordova's research shows an abandoned settlement past the east side of the valley. Let's go check it out.
All right, so now that we have the blaster stance, this is going to be our bread and butter for the remainder of the run. And the reason for this is because the quick draw skill is broken. And when I say broken, I mean it is really, really broken. So my first checkpoint, if you guys remember back, was getting Howling Push. My second checkpoint, since we've gotten Howling Push, I haven't gotten a single skill until right now because I want this quick draw. Quick draw, for whatever reason, does not require force. It does until you don't have force. And then when it should not work, it continues to work. So you're going to see that in a second. So now that I have the blaster stance, I'm going to backtrack back down the smuggler's tunnel to go get a skill point essence that we ran past earlier because it's too risky to fight these enemies that early in the game. However, once you have quick draw, we'll be able to one-shot all of these. So I want you to look at the very bottom where my force is. On the second shot that I took, I didn't have force, yet it still worked. So, again, I don't think it's developer intended. Whether they fix it or not is not a big deal. Because 95% of the strategies that I use it on could be done if it was patched and fixed, if it did require force. So because we have the Flux perk, we always regenerate our force. So when I'm standing on a ledge, for example, shooting at them, for example, you know, I could sit there all day and wait. It's not a big deal. So even though the skill, the mechanic itself is broken, the majority of the strategies that I use it on, you could do it normally. If it wasn't broken, it would just take much, much, much longer. So really the exploit here is that you're speeding up the process. There are instances where it is a true exploit, meaning if it was fixed, you would not be able to do the strategy. But again, that's like 5% or less of the run. It's a handful of instances. The majority of the instances are where you would be able to do it no matter whether it was broken or not. But my point is with quick draw, it is a very, like the blaster stance and just like the blaster stance in general and quick draw are very overpowered for many, many, many different things in Jedi Survivor for the purposes of no damage. So I highly recommend, if you never played with blaster stance during your playthrough, pick it up. If anything, and you watch this entire run here with me, you'll see the value in it very, very quick. So what I'm doing now is I'm going to get a perk point. So the way that I built this run was blaster stance is the bread and butter for the reasons I just told you, because of quick draw, and that quick draw is broken and overpowered. So a perk that I want to get later is called marksmanship. And what that does, it increases all the blaster damage that you do. However, that requires 3 skill perk slots. And I still want to be able to use Resilience, and I still want to be able to use Flux. And those cost 1 apiece. So if you do the math on that, that's 5. And I don't have 5 slots, so we have to go get those slots. And ultimately, I'll be working up towards 6. Because much later, we'll get the Fortitude perk, which increases all saber damage that you do. But for right now, what I'm doing is I'm going to get a skill point slot essence upgrade. And as you can see, as far as enemy risk, there's really not a whole lot of risk. Pretty much everything that we're going to do is from a high ground using the blaster stance. And that's how we'll get through all of the enemies. So that's what we're doing. It's a fairly lengthy puzzle here. We'll have a few more enemies once we climb to the top of this. We'll have a raider. Well, right up here we'll have 2 B1 droids. And then we'll have a B2 droid, a raider, and some B1 droids down the way. And basically you just do what I'm doing here and you'll be able to get through these enemies with no problem.
I've met creatures that have only 4 brain cells, and even they manage to be less boring than you.
Identify yourself now.
On it.
Oh, an energy weapon.
Brace for it. Attack.
Come on over. Making me work for it, huh? Just...
Someone locked it up. Maybe we can find another way in.
There now, that better? There's a good Neko. You just stay here now, all right? And be quiet. I'm sure there's nothing to worry about.
looking forward to hunting the Jedi.
Looking forward? Yeah, interesting. I'm thinking your programming's had a little shift over the years.
Irrelevant. Jedi will be found.
There is only the Force.
Okay, so now that we have the blaster stance, I'm actually going to go back to the Forest Array, and I'm going to get another skill point that I don't want to say would have been too risky to get, but would not have been as safe as possible before. So the big guy there that you see walking on the bridge, we basically have to run past him. And in my experience, you can bring him in, dodge him, and then run past him. But every now and then they feel like they run pretty quick, like they could be right on your heels. So what I decided early on was to get this skill point after blaster stance, because then I can use quick draw to just kill it. I don't even have to take the risk of running past it. I can just kill it, and I can do that for free without any risk to myself. So that's what you're going to see here. I'm going to walk back into the area. We should have the chicken here now, or I guess again. We'll kill the chicken, and then I'm just going to run down, aggro him, bring him back to this area, take the high ground, kill him with quick draw from up there, and then move on to get the skill point.
I've never seen tech like this before. And I scrapped some serious machines on Bracca.
Okay, so now that we've gotten the skill point, what we're going to do is we're going to head back to Harvest Ridge, and we're going to take the Rettler down to the next, the start of the next section.
Thanks for the ride. That's the way through. Let's do it. Yeah, let's keep our distance this time. This place is in ruins.
All right, so for the bounty hunter guys, you're about to see how broken you're about to see how broken it actually is with quick draw. So again, I'll make a fight guide for this, both with quick draw and without later. But as you can see, our goal here is basically to knock him down. Once we knock down the bounty hunter, we can just endlessly quick draw him and keep him stunned and CC'd. However, the very last shot, for some reason, like what would kill him, he always jumps back up. So at that point, you would just hit him with, you know, a few regular blaster shots, and that takes care of him and kills him.
Come on, buddy.
But that is an example of what I mentioned earlier. That is one of the handful of encounters where if quick draw wasn't broken and didn't work the way that it does, you would not be able to do that fight that way. You'd be able to do a variation of it, but you wouldn't be able to do it exactly like that because you wouldn't. You would run out of force.
Not the only ones looking for something here. Think it could be Dagan?
So as we enter in this area, I'm going to target the BX droid, and I did it a little bit early, but the very first shot he's going to dodge. The second shot we'll be able to hit him, and that'll do a considerable amount of damage, and it's just a way of doing basically free damage to him. You could also walk up and just backstab him, to be honest. Oh, I remember this. This guy was being so difficult. Like, he just did not want to participate. Usually, if he was up against a wall, I could just hit him, but he just did not want to hit. And then he started to aggravate me, and I was like, all right, whatever, dude. So I think I back off here, and then just let him come in, play defensive, and then kill him. I was like, come on, dude, just do your attack. That guy can be so aggravating.
Here you will learn to harness Koboh matter in order to prepare yourself to traverse the abyss. But in success, will you also find an ever greater connection to the Force. Let your connection with the Force guide you towards our shared goal. Tananor.
Centauri Kree was training Jedi for the journey through the abyss. Ride that updraft across?
Alright, so as we land here, I'm going to use the orb stand to basically line of sight from the enemies, and then just howling push to defeat them. We'll go into the next area. We'll have two enemies on the other side of the bridge, or whatever this section is, and we'll just kill them from range and then move on. Now this is one of those sections where this would be completely done different. So what I do here is I wait for them to basically be together, I drop down, I howling push to give myself time to recover from the fall, and then I confuse them and have them fight each other. What we found out is that, and I grabbed the wrong thing. So my goal here for this strategy was to basically, while they're fighting, I go and I pull the wall, and then I slot in the orb, and then I move into the area, right? I go up and continue on. However, they started fighting right in front of where I was trying to be at. So they kind of messed it up. And then I ended up having to dodge them. But yeah, anyways, this strategy, we wouldn't do this anymore. So the community has developed a strategy where you could basically kill them from the high ground. And so that is how we would do this in the future. We wouldn't take the risk of going down there and doing confuse and all that kind of stuff in the same area with them anymore. So if you happen to stop by my Twitch when I'm doing a run, or if I release an updated run in the future, you will not see that strategy. It'll be different.
We believe Koboh matter originates from deep within the abyss.
Neat trick, buddy.
This strange substance is enigmatic, but not beyond our ability to study and manipulate. Like all things, once understood, it can be channeled and thus controlled.
Let's fight together.
Welcome, Jedah. In each world the Republic reaches out to you, there are new opportunities to share and learn, and this planet has much to teach us.
What did you learn, Centauri? Good job, BD.
Working together, the Republic and the Jedi Order can understand the mysteries of the galaxy and harness them for the greater good. The Force guides our path.
Sounds like the Order I remember. Everything Kree built here was destroyed by a catastrophe she couldn't foresee. Sometimes it feels like history just repeats itself. Another one cleared. We should be able to ride the updraft to the far side now. Those who ask questions find answers.
Alright, so as we land into this next area, there's already a fight happening between the raiders and some enemies. So I go ahead and I take the Echo, and then I'm basically going to stand over here and wait for them to defeat all of the critters that are out. Once they do that, we'll move forward. There will be one raider that I'll be able to confuse, the other one I will not. So we'll confuse the one that we can until the other raider kills him, because he's stronger. Generally speaking, he'll always kill him. And then we'll just fight the last raider 1v1.
I'm your ally.
Going in. Why am I here?
Help!
Ensign up! Look at you go!
Stop them!
Left! Heads up!
As you squeeze through into the next room, you're gonna have a raider on your right. So what I like to do here is just just quick draw, and then move on.
Welcome, Jedi. Enemies of peace threaten the galactic frontier and our Republic. Once we cross the abyss, Tanalor could be a bastion to repel that threat. A beacon for hope and justice across the Outer Rim.
Tanalor was more than a mission to her. It was a dream of a better future. Time to go. Let's search inside.
All right, so similar to the bounty hunter earlier, we're going to abuse quick draw on this guy. The difference is as soon as we put him down, he will never get back up. So once you break his guard and he falls down, you just continue to quick draw, and you'll be able to kill him without him being able to really be a threat, unless you let him walk right up on you. Which never should happen. You could basically fight this guy and have zero risk.
Dagan is arming raiders with lightsabers. Good thing they're not trained to use the Force. Buddy. No getting through. Strange device. Looks broken.
He is coming. Destroy it now. Wait!
Centauri. Whatever this device is, Dagan killed other Jedi for it. What's this? I think Master Tapal had this one. Master Cordova said that Centauri Kree had a lab on Koboh's moon. Maybe we can learn more there. Force is with me.
All right, so this is the part of the run where, and I alluded to this earlier, this would never ever happen again. So when I was telling you guys earlier about the holo tactics table and being able to get another puck, this is where we would want to do that. So at this point, we would have already unlocked that ability to do the holo tactics table. At the time of doing this run, I didn't know that it existed. So what I had done was I come to Cage, I get a bounty, I go kill the target, I get a puck that way, and then I come back and I have 2 pucks, and that's when I was buying the stun shot. Which again, I also mentioned earlier, is no longer necessary because the community has now created a strategy that makes that stun shot completely null and void and not required. So the general flow of this section of the run would be, instead of doing what I'm doing now, go do the holo tactics table, get the free puck that you don't have to risk a damage on, then go to Cage and buy the B2 droid hack. So any future runs that I release or runs that you happen to stop by my Twitch channel and watch, that's what you'll see. So you will not see this. However, I will talk to this fight.
Let's go, BD.
So this is a bounty hunter commander from Jedi Fallen Order. They're basically the exact same thing. What I choose to do here is break its guard by deflecting its shots. Anytime it charges in with the shield, I dodge it and then do an attack and then back off. Basically, this fight is just breaking shield, breaking guard, going in, waiting to break guard again, going in, and just not being greedy. So that's what you're going to see for this whole thing. There's really not much more to it than that.
Another bounty puck. We should show this to Cage. Need to center myself.
Welcome. Make yourself at home.
Best selection in the system? Guaranteed. Watch out for those hunters, Cal.
Where to next?
Shattered Moon it is.
Next up, Koboh's Moon.
That's my line. Know your role. You shoot things. Me, I'm the pilot. So, you give that old tech Cal found in Dagan's place a look?
Yeah. Maybe that lab on the moon will shed some light. What do you think happened to it?
The moon? Who knows? Who cares? I don't got time for moons.
Some sort of natural disaster, I'm guessing.
Maybe.
I'm surprised the moon's still habitable.
You and me evidently have different ideas of habitable.
I know. I've seen your cantina.
Watch it. Buckle in, Cal. Time to land.
Cordova said there were records of Dagan visiting a lab on this moon. It says Kree written all over it.
They really think there's something past the abyss.
Centauri Kree does.
I suppose that's enough for the Council.
Okay, so not that way. Didn't expect to see this place operational after all this time. Stay alert.
So the Shattered Moon is going to be the first time where we really have to deal with like elemental obstacles, I guess you could say. And these are fairly straightforward, so there's really no strategy to them, so I'm not really going to speak on them. Other than to say, follow my example, do what I do if you're having problems with them.
What's the reading?
So as we come back down this hallway and we kind of look to the left here, we're going to have to force push this raider and to aggro him. And this raider is the exact same enemy as Zeik, the boss that we fought earlier in Rambler's Reach. So you deal with him the exact same way. And we'll fight these guys multiple times throughout the run. So you definitely want to be comfortable fighting these and know how to deal with them.
They were waiting for us.
So up ahead we have two more raiders, and the way that I choose to deal with these is to flank them from the back using this path. And the reason why I like to do this is because I'll be able to kill one of them instantly, which then puts me into a 1v1 with the final one. And my approach to no damage, and no damage in any game, is to reduce risk as much as possible. And in a combat encounter, the least risky way to enter that encounter is to do it in a 1v1. So as we go up the stairs, we're going to force push the guy hiding back here. And then as he comes down, I'm just going to quick draw him. You could fight him straight up or do a number of other things to defeat him, but that's just how I choose to do it. So as we enter this room, I'm going to actually go around and take out as many of the B1 droids as I can. Now, for whatever reason, after I kill this next one, I'm going to shift over to the right, and I can't kill this one the same as the one on the left, and generally this is where I get pulled into combat. So once we get into combat, I'm just going to run back to the beginning of this tunnel, and I'm going to line of sight the enemies, and what that's going to do is it's going to stop the raiders from pushing towards me, and just give me the ability to focus on the B1 droids. And I'm going to use the same method that I've been using with B1 droids, which is to howling push them to defeat them. Once they're dead and we just have the raiders, I'm going to step out, and I choose to use quick draw here. You really could use other methods. You could also pull them back and take them on one at a time, but quick draw is just faster and, in my opinion, a bit safer.
All you, BD.
So up ahead, we're going to have our first Magnaguard encounter, and this is presented as a boss fight, but it's not actually a boss fight. Similar to a lot of the other encounters we've had, these are enemies that you're going to see a lot. So what I choose to do with this Magnaguard is pull it all the way back to the hallway where we fought the raiders. And as long as you keep your distance to the Magnaguard at the right length, then he'll run up and drop out of combat like this. And so then all you gotta do is quick draw, and after 6 quick draw shots, you'll defeat him.
Never thought I'd have to fight a Magnaguard. Look out ahead, BD! Not out of it yet! Kidding me? Nice work, buddy.
Sector 5 Delta, no anomalies. Scanning. Sector
Need to
5
slice
Epsilon,
this.
no anomalies.
We're locked out.
Sector 5 Zeta. 1 anomaly. The sky is broken.
I need to clear my mind. Not done yet. We can do this. Ready, BD? Enjoy that, buddy?
So as we make our way to the top of this, we want to go ahead and get the insta-kill, put ourselves in a 1v1 with the final B1, and then I like to just wait and see what he does. If he shoots, deflect and kill him. If he throws a grenade, push it and kill him.
Haunted old ruin. But if the boss says there's something here, who am I to question it?
So in this next section, you're actually meant to jump on the wall. You can see the grapple point there. If you do that, the wall breaks and you fall down into a pit of a bunch of enemies. So my preferred method is to completely skip that, as you can see there, by just jumping on the droid. And if you do it right, then you'll be able to get up here like I did without having to drop down into the pit of enemies. So in the next area, we're going to have 2 B2 droids, and we're going to have 1 raider. And the way that I approach this is to force push the B2 to engage it in combat. And then I'm basically going to get very, very close to killing it. So we'll get the deflex, we'll get the missile push, and it'll be super, super close. And at this point, sometimes it'll shoot and sometimes it won't. And in this instance, it didn't shoot. So I had to kind of creep the edge and then shoot it. So now what I want to do is I want to go ahead and control the raider and get the raider to do as much damage to the B2 droid as I can. The vast majority of the time, the B2 droid is going to kill the raider. And if that happens, it's not a big deal. What we'll do is we'll just wait for the B2 to drop aggro and then go back to his default position, which is right under us. Once that happens and I'm out of combat, then we can just drop down and do an execute and kill it, because enough damage has already been done by the raider to force him into a state where I can insta-kill him. The better situation or scenario is when the B2 droid dies, because then you can just go immediately to the wall run that you see in front, and you never even have to drop to the ground, and you can bypass the combat completely. So that is like way more rare. Generally speaking, the B2 droid will win, and you'll have to do what I did there. So for these enemies, we're just going to howling push them. Again, same concept as all the other B1 droids. As we make our way through this area and we're kind of doing the platforming and dodging the environmental, when we get to here, I want to go ahead and push the B1 droid. And as you can see here, the lightning is blockable. So it's not very intuitive. The game doesn't do a good job of teaching you that, but it is blockable, and it's also parryable. So you can perfect parry it, and then it doesn't stun you, and you can just walk right through it without being staggered backwards. So as I drop down onto this pipe, we're going to immediately go for a pull. Unfortunately, the droid shot at me immediately, so I had to prioritize defense. But the way that this strategy is designed is when you drop down, you would immediately grasp and pull, and then just push him all off the side, and that would take care of him. So for the 2 BX droids, there's no strategy here. You just have to run by them, and if they're close enough to hit you, block. That's really all you can do there. So I want to have double saber for this next group, and as soon as I come up, I want to go ahead and perfect deflect, which I didn't do. So I drop down to let my stamina recharge here. And then once it's at 100%, I'm going to climb back up and give it another go. Okay, so once all of those are dead, we're going to go over to blaster stance. And what we're going to do is we're going to make our way to the end of this pipe. And then I'm going to time my jump down with the lightning and make sure that I'm immediately blocking. And what we're going to do is I'm going to weave in blaster shots and blocking the lightning to take out every single droid that's up on this catwalk. And then once all these droids are taken out, then I'll move forward and proceed into the area. So something to note on this pipe, there's some gray bands. So there's a gray band in front of me, and then there's a gray band beyond that. So right about here-ish, when you're about halfway to that gray band that I'm stepping on now, is where the actual B1 droids would aggro you normally. So as long as you stay behind that line, they'll never aggro you, and you can shoot them with a blaster for free from there, and you don't have to worry about them shooting at you and then taking damage. So as I make my way to the top of this wall, we'll have 2 B1 droids to deal with. Again, Force Push is our friend here, so we're going to do that and take out both of them and then move on.
They really don't want us inside. droids. Left alone here for centuries. Until the raiders came.
All right, so as we head into this area, we're gonna go pick up the compass, and then right after, we're gonna have a boss fight with a raider with a lightsaber, same as in the Stone Spires. And something I didn't know until after I completed this run, and I was talking with friends of mine from the challenge community, is that you can push him. So he goes invisible like this, and if you push him into a wall, you'll break his pack. It's very, very similar to the bounty hunter, like the standard bounty hunter in Jedi Fallen Order that had the jetpack and was able to fly around, where if you pushed him into a hard surface, it would break his jetpack, and he would lose that capability in some of his moveset. So in this instance, with this type of enemy, if you push them into a wall, you'll damage their camouflage device or stealth device, and then they'll never be able to stealth or camouflage again, which makes it a lot easier because their moveset changes when they do that. They're able to move a lot quicker, etc. So that is ideal. Definitely try to do that. I believe they were telling me that if you were to force push him, like right now I could go force push him and he would hit that wall and it would break it. But right when you start the encounter, he's kind of close to a wall. And so they were telling me if you force push him then, you would impact him on that wall that he's standing by and immediately break his camouflage at the start. And you can see right there, the reason he gets so close is because he's able to run in on me very, very quickly with camouflage. So, anyways, aside from that, let's talk about the strategy. If you haven't kind of keyed in on it already, my strategy is to keep distance for him, play for blaster deflex, and then anytime he throws a grenade, force push that back. And that's going to be the entire fight. I won't do anything different than that. Right there, I could have thrown Saber since he was close enough. So there will be like micro opportunities that aren't like don't happen or occur at high frequency, but sometimes you can get a good scenario. Generally, when you push a grenade, it's going to knock them away from you, not towards you, like that one before that one did. But if you have the opportunity to do damage, you should definitely do that. I didn't do it here because I don't think I was thinking about it, honestly. But that's pretty much the fight. We'll just deflect and push grenades until he's dead.
Try it out.
I'll go. I'm the best.
Do what you gotta do, buddy.
And you know it.
Every ship we've sent into the abyss.
Okay, so in this section, you're forced to only use the crossguard. So crossguard, to be fair, is a weapon I don't like. I don't enjoy. It's too slow. It's too bulky. So you miss a lot of damage opportunities you get otherwise with other weapons. Normally these raiders, they do 4 different attacks, and you can hit them on all 4 of them. However, with the crossguard, that one that he just did, you wouldn't have enough time to hit him before he was able to guard again. So there are micro adjustments like that in strategy that you would need to know. But once he's dead, I'm going to go up and push the 2 B1 droids. And then what I want to do is I want to pull the BX droid back towards me.
Okay, you're boring me.
Now, once I enter into this room, the BX droid will follow me, and then he'll actually drop out of combat right when he crosses the threshold. And generally what he'll do is he'll put himself in this corner, so I like to push him into the wall to stagger him, and then use that as an opportunity to get some damage on him. However, if you wait too long to push him, he starts to reset back out of the room, which is what he's doing now. And then you have to kind of like shimmy around to try and find the right angle to get a push into the wall. Because if you just push him into open space, you won't have enough time to close the gap and do damage to him. So that takes care of him. And now all we have in front of us is another raider. I'm going to start calling these heavy raiders. Again, these are like the Zeik boss type enemies. So their moveset is slightly different than the regular raiders. And so there is an ability like the last one where because I have cross guard, I can't actually do damage. And it's that ability right there. So as long as you know that, you can get your opportunities in everywhere else except for the dash in like that. And then the combo where they do 3 hits very, very quickly. So once that enemy's dead, that is the last enemy. I'm going to go ahead and swap back to Blaster and Double Saber. And then we're going to head back to the Mantis and get out of here.
We should take this back to Jedah. Master Cordova will want to see what we found. Next, let's go to...
Full speed to Jedah.
Think Cordova can make some sense of that tech Cal found?
Are you kidding me? That guy is as sharp as they come. I can't wait to see Cere again. I owe her big time. She fronted me the credits for Pyloons.
What do you owe her, Grease?
2,000 credits, give or take. Maybe I'll make Granny Pyloon's famous casserole and she'll forget all about it.
For 2,000 credits? That better be one hell of a casserole.
All right, Cal, get up here.
I agree, but how can we be sure it's safe?
Is the safe house far?
No, but we will need a spammel to get there. They gather near the base. Follow me.
What was this place?
An old anchorite monastery. Impressive, isn't it?
Yeah.
Pilgrim Sanctuary is an ancient temple. Cere and Master Cordova chose it as the Hidden Path's safe house. We knew one day the Empire would come, just not so soon.
Master Jedah told us of your coming. It is an honor to meet one she holds in such high regard. May I escort you? I have never met a witch before, and I have so many questions.
Pilgrim's Crossing is on the other side of the desert.
This way, Master Jedah. We are nearly there. So, what do you think?
It's old, abandoned, and in the middle of nowhere. It's
all right, so where we should be going is to the left, like basically to my 9 o'clock right now. But what I'm doing is I'm running for that rock formation that's in the distance here in front of me. And I can't remember the name of it. It's Path of something. But point being is that there is a skill perk upgrade once you complete it. And this is, again, another section that would never happen again. In a future run, this would not be a thing. Because after comparing notes in the community, I decided, oh, there's a better way to get the same amount of perk points than what I was doing. So, and to be fair, the other method doesn't require you to be in combat. So it's much, much safer. So in the future, this one would be the one that would be cut out. I get 3 perk points for this run. beyond the 3 that we start with. And this is the only one that is, I don't want to say super risky because my strategy here is fine and very, very safe, but it has the most variable risk of the 3 points that we get. So this one would be cut out in favor of the new method for obtaining that point. So in the future, you wouldn't see this, but feel free to use it as a reference if you want to go through this to get a 7th perk point, or you just want to try it out for yourself.
Foes near.
Let's try this. I think that helped.
Pilgrim moon never ceases to mystify and enlighten me. Those who revered Force users clearly built these trials. But to what purpose, I wonder?
Wonder what that does.
Well done, Cal.
Off we go.
So now that we've got that perk point, I'll be able to slot in marksmanship. Again, I mentioned it earlier, but marksmanship increases all the blaster damage you do. So very, very important for the strategies that I've developed and the build that I've developed for this run.
Let's hope this spammel doesn't abandon us.
Don't hold a grudge, Cal. It's not you. Let's try to avoid unnecessary attention.
Won't be easy when the desert's littered with imps.
Then we will deal with them together.
Looks easy to get lost out here.
Then it is a good thing you have a guide.
So for the enemies in front of me, basically I just want to howling push, try to force them off, try and push them into a wall, and kill them that way. Generally, Merrin will go up there and fight them anyways. So the strategy here really is force push for kills, let Merrin deal with them. And don't forget that one's up there, or don't not see that one's up here, because the guy that's in the far right corner, I didn't see him. And I went to try and scan those, and I was like, why can't I scan? And then I saw Merrin run, and then I realized that I was still in combat, so. Alright, so for the enemies in front of us, we're just going to let the scenario play out. So these upgraded bugs will come up and blow up on them, and sometimes it takes out multiples, sometimes it doesn't. But regardless, once those are done spawning, then we blaster shot the two, and then I'm just going to go in and force push these guys off the edge.
Just like old times.
So as we jump over to this next section, we'll have one pop up. I'm just going to run behind to get distance from it. And then from here, I can just shoot it and it'll explode. And we'll have one more at the end of this section. And what I do is I just let Merrin stun it and run right by it, because there's no reason to fight it. If you did want to fight it, though, you just shoot it with 2 blaster shots and instantly make it explode.
So, how'd you get involved with a hidden path?
I came across someone in need during my travels and helped them hide from the Empire. That eventually led me to the path.
Sometimes, I wonder if destroying the holocron had any impact.
We protected the children on that list. But there are others.
And the Empire's still hunting them down.
Just so. We must protect those we can.
Cere's base.
Yes, they are ancient security mechanisms. A remnant of those that came before. When the Empire arrived, the Anchorites began to use these.
Old tech is less conspicuous.
Exactly. They're headed towards Pilgrim Sanctuary.
The safe house is in there?
Yes. The temple is abandoned and well fortified.
Perfect place to hide from the Empire.
So we thought.
We'll find Brother Armias.
I hope so. We will take the back route. It is the fastest way.
That looks like trouble.
So for the Skriton here, I'm just going to have Merrin stun it, and we're going to run right by it. There's no reason to kill this thing. So that's my preferred strategy there.
I will slow their progress. We'll regroup near the temple.
Hey, Merrin! Watch yourself out there.
I'll be doing the watching, pal.
Welcome, traveler. Though your journey started long ago. Huh. Just you and me again.
Alright, so for the enemy ahead, what I choose to do is just stand at the entrance here and shoot it. It spawns on the other side of this ornate that's in the middle of the room. But I always check left or right because I have had it one time not be in that spot. But anyways, we'll just stand here and quick draw it, and eventually it'll start pathing over to the right, and we'll get a final shot on it right before it goes beyond our POV.
Find something? Careful not.
So we're gonna have quite a few enemies up here to the right when we go down, and simply put, we're just gonna howling push these guys into the wall. Generally, you can get all of them killed. If not, just follow it up with force pushes until they're all dead, or if there's one left, you could shoot it even. Really, it's up to you.
Stuck the landing. Map of the region. There's Pilgrim Sanctuary across the bridge. Wonder what those markers mean. Brace yourself, BD! This remind you of Zepho too? Can't make that. Too windy. You ever heard anything like that before? Almost like music. Let's stop for a moment.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and max out Confusion. This will aid in the run in many places. Generally speaking, you don't need this, absolutely need this until, like say the last 25% of the run. But this is where I just choose to go ahead and get it. And then I'll start working on force attunements as well. So for the enemies in this next section, we're going to have 2 troopers and we're going to have a KX security droid to our left. So if you sneak up and you stand in the right place, you'll be able to double shot these guys and instantly kill them. And then I can just walk out and just fight the KX droid one-on-one.
They were waiting on a shuttle. Means more on the way. What kind of pilgrims came out here anyway? Imagine crossing these gales just to find a safe place. Guess you can't put a price on sanctuary. Marin mentioned this was the back route, right? Hope Cere's got another way for these refugees. They've been through enough. That should give us some cover. All clear.
So for the enemies below us, we're going to completely skip these guys. I'm not going to fight them. There's no reason to, so we're just going to keep going past them.
Hear that, buddy?
Up ahead, we're going to have a bunch of troopers and a Scryton. And generally, the way that I do this is I was running straight through, and he actually didn't do what he's done every other time in this instance, where this guy started running back in my path. So this will not happen that way in future runs. I went ahead and did it in this run because I didn't have another backup plan. The strategy had always been he opens up a lane, everyone's shooting at him, I run right by, no one's the wiser, and I go. But that trooper kind of running back for some reason was something I didn't know that they could do. They'd never done that in practice. They'd never done that in any past runs. So, and because I know that they can do that now, I've actually gone back and kind of relooked at this, and I've got another strat for it that I would be doing in the future. So, running straight through would not be something that you'll see me do again.
Onwards, traveler. Cross over. Crossover to what?
So as we enter this this room, we're gonna have 2 troopers to our left. Simple deflex work well to take them out. And then in the next room, we're gonna have 2 troopers and a DT droid. So what I choose to do here is completely ignore all of it and just run straight for this high ground. By getting up on this high ground, the DT droid can't do anything to me, so I just need to make sure that the troopers are taken out. Once the troopers are taken out, we can just simply skip this whole thing and continue on the way we're supposed to and leave the DT droid down there undisturbed.
It's easy to get knocked off course around here. Let's move carefully.
So as we turn into this tunnel, we're going to have quite a few enemies in here. Again, like the ones before, just force push. If you do it right, like I did there, you can kill all of them in one push. Generally, it will take 2. It seems to be the case that always one of them will just not see you or be pushed. So for this group, what I like to do is get the jetpack trooper aggroed, and then once the jetpack trooper is dead, kind of use the flame trooper to do the rest of the damage. However, the grenade kind of screwed my plan, so we had to do this, I guess the straight up way, so to speak. So once the jetpack trooper's dead, we'll go after the flame trooper, let him kill everybody. Flame troopers in this game, guys, are very, very dangerous. So you'll see me use them quite a bit in key strategic moments, simply because they do so much damage. And that's because their damage is elemental in nature, whereas most enemies do damage that can be blocked by the opponent's guard. But since they don't do anything but elemental damage can't be blocked by guard, so it goes straight to their life bar and kills enemies way, way, way faster than other options. So as we get over here, I'm going to edge up, I'm going to force push the melee there. I guess I didn't force push him, did I? I shot him. You can shoot him, you can force push him. Usually I force push him. I'm not really sure why I shot him there. But whatever, once that guy's dead, then generally I pull the shield from the second one and then shoot him once because his health is so low. So for this next set of enemies, we're going to have multiple ranged enemies and a melee. There's really no better way to do this. You just kind of have to go in the area and just play the game. So go up there, get perfect deflex, and then kill the last guy.
Check it out. The bridge to Pilgrim Sanctuary. I could use a break.
Okay, so up ahead, we're going to run into Merrin. We'll have some quick dialogue exchange with her, and then we'll move out into the area, and we'll have a DT droid and 2 jetpack troopers to contest with.
Good. Lead the way.
So the way that I do this is I let the DT droid path by me, and then I angle myself so he's completely obstructed by the environment. Once he's out of my line of sight, I can do what you saw there and shoot the jetpack troopers twice from this location. And if you do that, they'll never be, you know, the wiser. So that's a good way to take them out really quickly. Then what I want to do is I want to use Merrin to stun him when he's close to one of these like raised platforms or whatever. So I guess in this instance, I'm going to stun him in the middle, which is not ideal because now he's going to be able to shoot at me. Yep. Past Hayete. What were you thinking? But anyways, you want to get him close to one of these areas. It doesn't matter whether you stand on the right or the left, but you want to get him close to one, then stun him, then run in and get up. If you do that, he'll be close enough to you where his AI table is saying, do a melee attack, prioritize a melee attack, not shooting, prioritize melee. But because you're on a raised surface, he can't. So he just kind of bugs out and stands there, and then you can kill him for free.
Did the Empire find a way into the temple yet?
No.
Merrin?
One moment.
Now I remember this very vividly. I make a huge mistake here. Well, yeah, I make a huge mistake here. So there's a zip to the right there that opens up a shortcut that we would be using here soon. And I didn't get it. And generally when I come back through that area, I rest to make sure that I have all of my resource back. And later on, you'll see that I do that. I rest, which is normal, but I can't just go up the shortcut because I forgot to open it. So, and then that makes me have to go through the DT droid and the two jetpack troopers again. And this time I have to do it without Merrin being able to stun him. So it's quite a pain. And I guess the moral of that story is don't be me and forget to open up the shortcut. That shortcut specifically.
This place is strong in the Force. So these ruins do sink. No holding back now. Focus on the moment and push through. We gotta take this storm head on. Brace yourself, BD. She always knows where to guide me, even if I don't know my next step.
Cal, what happened?
See for yourself.
Not bad. Maybe you can keep up with me now.
Let's find out. What's the Empire up to?
They're at the temple entrance, waiting for something.
Still got time. That can't be good.
Tear that temple apart.
Ramias is still in there.
Let's split up. I will distract that monstrosity.
Be careful. I'll see you inside.
All right, so as I mentioned earlier, you'll see I look left here and I'm like, oh crap, I forgot the shortcut. And now I have to go around. And I've never done this before, so I've never not opened up the shortcut. So now I'm like, okay, well I can deal with these enemies again. And then I was like, crap, I don't have Merrin to stun this guy. So Bit of combat improv here, but I get through it. Obviously, I get through it. But again, open up the shortcut. That way you don't have to deal with this.
Threat approaching. Break enemy defense. Engage the target. I have taken damage.
So as we jump over here, we'll have two enemies to deal with, a flame trooper and a regular one. I just choose to grasp and pull them. To be honest, you don't even need to. You could like not fight both of them. You could take care of the flame trooper and then just, you know, drop down into this section because the melee is not going to follow you.
That drill will take time to set up. Hope Marin can slow them down.
For this next enemy, there's not a whole lot to say here other than just make sure that you're not sprinting. That way you get the backstab on him. If you're sprinting, he'll recognize you're there and get pulled into combat with you.
How you doing, BD? Having fun back there?
So as I make my way over to this next section, there's two enemies here. Again, I choose to just grasp and pull kill them. You actually don't need to. You can run down the right side of this area and completely avoid them because they're just standard melee troopers.
Incredible. But that won't stop the Empire from reducing it to rubble.
For this next enemy group, what I choose to do is basically shoot the ranged, and because of the way I angle my camera here, if I remember correctly, I actually miss. So I missed the guy on the left, and then kind of panicked and just decided to keep shooting until everybody was dead. But yeah, go up, pull the first one, kill him, and then look with your camera towards the other one, better than I did there, and you'll secure the kill. And then you can just fight the trooper normal or shoot him, whatever you choose to do.
I need to clear my mind. Doesn't sound good. This place won't hold long. Pilgrim Sanctuary has some new caretakers. That sentry droid could be trouble.
Alright, so again, as we enter into this area, make sure that you're not sprinting so you can stealth kill this heavy trooper. And then what you want to do is you want to go ahead and kill the troopers here. So I open the door, line of sight on the right. That gives me the ability to take these guys out one at a time with grasp and pull. And the reason you want to kill these guys now is because once you make it over to the other side, where ultimately we're going to go, they would then come out of the room anyways. It's another ambush tactic. So we want to go ahead and eliminate that so we don't have to worry about what's both in front and behind us. We just worry about what's in front of us. For these enemies, usually I just deflect their shots, but they decided to kind of bug out, so I just howling pushed them into a wall, and that killed them. So we'll take out the guy up at the top, and then we've got a rocket trooper, which is kind of right over Cal's head right now, so I'm just edging in, waiting for him to fire, so I can take care of him. Now what we're going to want to do is move to this edge, and we've got various ranged troopers, one below us, one behind the center structure, and then some that are like right down here where you can see. So really it's just trying to get these guys out and deflect their shots. Once I do that, then we're going to pull all the melees in, kill all the melees from the high ground, and then we'll just have a DT droid left. And so when the DT droid's left, I'll just go down, quick draw, shoot him until he's dead, and then I'll move on.
On target. Ready for this?
This unit can defeat you. Massive damage.
Empire still has no idea what's under their noses, but they'll find the safe house eventually. Let's keep moving. No sign of the path safe house yet.
I'm led to believe that there is a vast network of subterranean waterways.
So for the enemy group up ahead, the way I'm going to engage them is to just shoot. By shooting, I'll be able to kill one of them, and then that'll pull the next one up. Once this guy gets up far enough, I'll grab a shield, hopefully kill him with it, and then I'll move down and backstab the last guy to finish off the enemies that are in this immediate area. As we move up here towards our next objective, we're going to have 2 melee troopers, 2 ranged troopers, and I deal with the melees via grasping pull. And then I'll poke out for the ranged troopers and kill them one at a time.
You and me now.
Okay, getting closer. Let's check it out. There was a scramble to evacuate.
Quickly, everyone! This way! Hurry! Are you coming with us?
I can't hold this forever! Go!
Couldn't see them.
Die protecting the path. Come on, Cal! You can do this! What are you waiting for? It is our duty to make sure this happens.
Let's get these codes to Cere. We got this thing's attention. That was close. I see a way back in.
Then let's hurry. We should not take Pilgrim's path to Cere's base.
There's another route, but there's a lot of patrols.
We can manage.
So for the enemies up ahead, if I remember correctly, this actually gets messed up. I can't remember how it gets messed up, but I'm pretty sure I messed this up.
Hold steady, Stormtrooper.
Yeah, I missed the pull here. I missed the pull on him, which gets this grenade thrown. So that ranged trooper, what I wanted to do, or what I should have done, was pull him as he was coming around the corner. And I was swapping saber stances, and I don't know whether that blocked my input, or maybe I just wasn't paying attention. I don't know, but I vividly remember that going wrong. And you don't want, because there's a stormtrooper right behind him that's shooting at you as well. So you never want to enter a situation, if you can help it, where there's a grenade coming at you and a blaster shot, because you have to prioritize one, and generally speaking, it's going to have to be the grenade. And so when you go to push that grenade, you could take that shot from the blaster bolt. So yeah, definitely a situation you don't want to enter in, and I definitely messed that up by not pulling that trooper. So as we make our way down here, we're gonna have a ton of melees. I'm gonna grasp and pull these in and burn basically all of my force, and then I'm gonna back up, let Marin deal with them, and if any walk in on me, then I'll deal with them as appropriate. But that's basically what we're gonna do for these melee troopers.
Desert go.
Alright, so up ahead, the next set is going to be basically all ranged. Fairly simple, right? We'll deal with those via deflex. You just want to kind of edge out. You don't want all of them to shoot at you at one time. So get a couple of deflex in and then back off if you can. Alright, as we push up here, we're going to have quite a few enemies, much different variety. We're going to have a rocket trooper. And what you want to do here, and I kind of mess it up, is right there I should have pushed the rocket. I didn't do that. But we would push the rocket there, kill the rocket trooper, walk forward, get the deflex on these guys, and then move all the way up to the edge to finish these other enemies on the ground. But it works out for me. It doesn't really matter as long as you play that slow and you prioritize the damage coming in. Then you'll be fine. Kind of odd that guy didn't die in one hit, but okay. Thought Marin had done enough damage to him. So as we come around this corner, we're gonna have multiple enemies of both types, melee and ranged. So what I like to do here is just go and aggro them and then just kind of start walking the enemies back one at a time to whittle them down. And then I'll push forward and take care of the ranged once all the melee are dead.
It's over, but that won't be the last of them. Jump through, Cal! Now!
I can't believe this!
Believe it! Well done!
You got this, buddy! No kidding. This thing's gotta have a weakness.
Nice one, Cal!
Don't thank me yet.
Having fun?
What, you're not?
We can't keep this up.
I have an idea, but I need an opening.
There's nowhere left to run.
Then we stand together.
Now or never. One last jump. It's a big one.
Right behind you. How did you do that?
A ritual I learned when I returned to Dathomir. It is taxing.
You okay?
I am fine.
Come on. Let's get these codes to Cere.
Okay, so we're gonna go back now because this is the point in the run where now that I've got dash, I go back to get a force essence. I don't know that in future runs I would necessarily do this. I don't think it matters that much, given what you have to go through to get to it, which is, I mean, I guess it's not that much to go through. It's just a bunch of platforming, right? But I'm going to shoot that guy to basically bring the enemy around the corner from range and then grasping pull kill him. And that's the only enemy that we're going to contend with. But yeah, I don't know in future runs. I'm not completely saying I might, I'll take it out, but I might. I don't know that it makes a huge difference. I feel like the force attunement skills are where the bulk of your force comes from in this run, not necessarily these essences. But anyways, I'm going to get this essence, and then I told you guys much earlier that I forgot to get something on Jedah. So I'm actually going to, it's a skill point essence, so I'm actually going to path back and get that. And you can do what I'm doing right now. It looks like you're going to take fall damage, but you won't. And the only reason I know that is because on a previous run, I also forgot it, and then I had to work out how to get back to it. So I had already kind of, I guess, had a plan for this because I'd done it before. So we're going to head back there. We don't really have to fight much to get to it, so we're just gonna, actually we don't have to fight anything, but we're just gonna go back over there. We'll get that that skill point essence, and then we'll use the fast travel that's right beside it to head back and then leave the planet.
Let's stop for a moment. Cere. Marin's with us. We can go back to Coruscant.
Bound for Koboh.
The Mantis has changed.
Oh yeah, Cal and Bode, they ain't exactly the cleaning types.
I cleaned this morning. Wait, did I? No, I didn't. That's on me.
Marin, I didn't know you were coming. Hey, maybe I'll pick up some scaz steaks. Why'd you join back up anyways?
Cere and I believe Tanalorr could be a refuge for those persecuted by the Empire.
Persecuted by the Empire, huh? Gonna get crowded. Buckle in, Cal. Time to land.
Welcome to Koboh.
Cal! Cal!
Thanks for the assist.
Alright, so in case any of you guys were wondering why I came here instead of the closer fast travel point, it's because I wanted to be able to walk into this area from this direction. It's a lot easier to get that big guy confused. And then as you see there, I just confuse him and that opens up a lane for me to run through, and then I just run through.
Well, there it is.
Any sign of the droid?
Some kind of service gantry.
Could be a way in.
It's the best option I can see. Only way to the Lucrehulk is through this swamp.
For you, maybe. You want to ride, BD?
Now we just need to rescue Z. Hard to believe anything could live in this swamp. I guess our friend here makes it work. See that building, buddy? Guess someone does live here. Or did once.
How much do you think this is worth?
Nothing's worth crossing the Raiders. Now move.
You ever been in a ship this big before, buddy? Been a long time for me. Not looking forward to it. But Z's in there. We're not leaving without her.
Okay, so for the enemies up ahead, you actually don't have to fight these. So I'm going to skip these guys altogether. Again, as long as you're not sprinting. When you land and exit the area, you'll be fine. They won't be any the wiser. Alright, so for this area, I'm going to squeeze through and immediately run towards the tank, and we're going to jump up on these metal pallets or whatever. I'm going to wait for the 5 B1 droids to group up, and then we're going to force push all of them to kill them. Then I'm going to drop down, I'm going to go around the back of this connex, and I'm going to sit right here on the edge. And by doing this, Bode's going to walk in, and he will kill 2 of the 3 enemies you see in front of you. So he'll kill the B2 droid, he'll kill the right B1 droid, and then the left B1 droid, I'll just have to like poke myself out and deflect it or push a bomb back at it, what have you. Now the weird thing with this strategy is that you have to do it twice, and I don't know why that is. So normally you'd kill the enemies, you would look up, and you'd ask Bode to shoot that connex down. but it bugs out, and I don't know why it bugs out. So the only way that I've found to get around that is to come back, reset the area, do the strategy again, and then on the second completion, it allows me to have Bode do the proper action. And I don't really understand what this is tied to. I thought maybe it was tied to me standing up here, or like going to the back of this area. But I did the engagement on the front half and it did the same thing. I tried resting before I came in here. I thought maybe it was linked to that. But I rested before the first time I came in and it still didn't change it. So I'm not really sure why it bugs out, but it consistently bugs out for me, so I have to do this area twice. But given the strategy that I've developed for this, it's so low risk that, you know, doing it once or doing it twice really doesn't matter much.
Let's find out.
When in doubt.
So as I move into the next area, I'm going to go up to the left side here, go up these boxes, up on top of this Connex, and wait for the 4 B1 droids to group up here. Once they group up, you guessed it, we're going to howling push all of them to death. Then I'm going to swap the double saber, poke out, and deal with the ranged troopers. The reason I'm dealing with the ranged troopers here is 1, because none of the melee can touch me, and 2, because as I run to the next objective, they can shoot at you. So you don't want to get shot in the back while you're making the jump up here. It's very rare that you know, very small probability that it would happen, but it can happen. So we want to make sure those guys are dead before we make this jump.
Yeah, she thinks Tanalorr could really help the path.
Alright. But you do seem happier now.
Okay, let's focus. Z needs us.
You know, I broke into a freighter on Nav once.
Yeah? Any tips?
No. It was nothing like a Lucrehulk. Not sure why.
Could you clear this up?
Absolutely.
So as I alluded to a while back, you know, I got the stun shot, and I said, hey, this is different. I would never do that again. I would be replacing that with the B2 hack from Cage. And this is the first instance where that would be very, very valuable. Because what we could do here, assuming we went and got the Electro Dart, which we would also have to do, but we could literally just hack these guys with BD from range, never engage them, never touch them, and then just walk away. And that'll be a recurring theme through the run, like where you see B2 droids and I'm not in combat with them, that means that I could hack that enemy. And because I didn't know about that ability until after I got the run done and was kind of sharing my thoughts and my strats and ideas with the community, I don't have it for this, but in future runs we would absolutely have it. It is absolutely meta. It is the way to do this run. So make sure that you pick that up from Cage at a minimum before you come to the Lucrehulk.
Are those droids arguing?
It happens more than you think.
No wonder they lost. Come on, let's go. I'll make sure the coast is clear. Miss me, BD?
There is only the Force.
Just look at this place.
Alright, so up ahead we're going to have 2 BX droids and a raider. Simply put, I'm going to go to the door, stand on the left side, and let the raider either kill them or have them kill the raider. Generally speaking, the raider dies before either of the BX droids dies. He gets stuck on this staircase for some reason, about 50% of the time. But regardless, we're just waiting for him to die. We're just trying to get whatever value we can out of this engagement before we actually commit to it. Once the raider is dead, then I just decide, okay, we'll just perfect parry the shots back, or deflect the shots back, kill these guys, and then we can move on.
Keep going up, yeah? Somehow?
There.
Never doubted. Keep going. I'll scout around. Make sure there are no surprises.
Be careful.
So for this set of enemies, we're going to dash through, kill the first, shoot the second, howling push 2 or 3 and 4. I'm not sure how my howling push missed both of them, but it did. It's weird. I forgot that happened. Generally speaking, that doesn't happen. You'll howling push and connect with both of them.
Let's check it out. Scaling a beaten-up warship, just like the old days. Where are they going?
So for the Magnaguard up ahead, it'll spawn as soon as we touch the floor here. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to howling push it in the door, look left, pull, howling push again to keep it stunned, and then leave the area. For the set of enemies that are under me here, we're going to completely ignore all of them. Basically, I'm just going to drop, dash, and get out of this area as quickly as possible. For the enemy set in this room, we're going to dash through, kill the B1 droid, howling push all 3 enemies into the door to stun them. I'm going to go ahead and swap to double saber and run this direction and get on this platform. And what we're going to do is we're going to fight the BX droid from here. And then what I want to do is confuse the raider and let them just fight it out until there's 1 raider left.
All right. How's this? I live for this. What?
Fight with me.
Barely got me. He's dead.
So once there's 1 raider left, generally I would jump to this back and I would pull this enemy in such a way that he falls off the map. The problem that I make here, or the mistake I make here, is I'm too far from the edge. You really want Cal's toes to be on the edge of the area you're standing on, and if you do that, the enemies are always coded to land right in front of you. So they would land right in front of you and fall straight down, and then you would do the dodge backwards to avoid the damage. So we'll have a Magnaguard as soon as we open this. I'm going to go ahead and pre-channel a quick draw. We'll shoot, we'll ask Bode to hit to do a little bit more damage, and then we'll quick draw again. I don't know what's... Like, these capes on the Magnaguards glitch like that all the time for me. You can pause the game and then unpause it to make it stop, but he dies so quick that I just kind of ignore it.
Wait, you hear that? Destroyer droids.
So for the droidicas here, basically you're just gonna push yourself all the way up against the right side. As they stop and become stationary, you'll want to just kind of edge out so that you basically are in a 1v1, and you're just gonna deflect shots until they die. You can try to get Bode to sync up with you, which is helpful at times, or you can do what I do here, and once the shield goes down, you can swap to blaster and just finish it off yourself.
I think that's all of them.
First time I fought Droideka was with my master during the Clone Wars. I froze. He had to take them out.
Look at you now. Bet he'd be proud.
Hope so.
So as we enter this next room, I want to run all the way to the left side here, and I want to howling push all the B1 droids. We'll go ahead and take those out, and then generally what would happen here is I can get Bode to lock up with this BX droid and take care of it. However, Bode doesn't want to cooperate, so he just stands there and does nothing, which kind of forces me to just have to take the reins and deal with it myself, so that's what we do.
Give me a target. Nothing personal. So, you know she didn't just join to find Tanalorr, right?
Don't know what you're talking about.
Whatever you say, Cal.
Good work, BD.
Okay, let's see what we have here.
A turbo lift.
Is that who I think it is inside?
Let me get a closer look. Yeah, it's Z.
Where does it go?
Control tower.
And that's our target. I see a problem. Down there.
Droids.
We've seen worse. Check out those AATs. I've got a plan. So I figure I make some noise, draw them away, you slip by. Regroup at the turbo lift. What do you think?
It's risky.
We passed risky a while back. Good luck.
You too.
Ship won't fly, but there's a hangar full of craft.
An army. All ours. Ready to scour this planet for my lost master.
Alright, so for this next area, you're meant, I think, to drop in on these enemies, like drop down and kill this raider, but what I like to do is take advantage of the stealth mechanic. So I'm going to drop here to the top of the stairs, walk, not sprint, and then right when I go past this BX droid, I'm just going to walk in, howling push it backwards to make sure it's at a safe distance from me, and then go down the elevator. And now, as long as we don't rest at that meditation point, we won't get the droidica that's supposed to spawn right ahead of me right now, and we won't get the BX droid that's supposed to spawn right here on this section. So we're just going to keep running down, and we'll move all the way through and to the right and leave this area. We don't need to fight the raider that's there. As we make our way through this shield, I'm just going to go ahead and push all of the B1 droids. We'll get the insta-kill and all that, and then we can keep moving forward. Now, one of the things I mentioned much earlier in this run's commentary was that there was a section where I got the stun shot specifically for an enemy, and that enemy is the one up ahead. What we in the community have coined the Hammer Bro. So for this enemy, what I was doing is what you'll see here, and since then we've come up with a strategy that, well, let me give you some backstory here. So one of the initial things that I tried was to pull this enemy down and then just climb back up and move on. And when I did that, it soft locked the game. And by soft lock the game, I mean it bugged Bode out so that Bode would never be with you again for the entirety of the Lucrehulk. He would just stand at this one door and not move. After talking with one of my friends in the challenge community, we did some testing and found out that if you fast traveled to another point and then fast traveled back, it would stop Bode from being bugged out. He would be with you again, and then you could continue on, and you could use that strategy. So at the time when I was doing this run, we didn't necessarily know that. So I came up with this strategy of using the stun shot, as you saw there, to walk up behind him, stun him, get 5 hits, which knocks him down, and then I can walk back safely and just rinse and repeat that strategy until he's dead. Now, at the time of recording this, actually this morning, the dev team for Jedi Survivor put out a patch 5, and in that patch, I actually came back and tested this to see if Bode would still bug out and if we had to do the fast travel. And since that patch was implemented, you no longer have to do that. So the ideal strat here 100% of the time is to pull this guy down to this lower area that I've been hanging out in, and then to get around him, climb back up here, and just move on and skip him entirely. And again, because that is the meta strat, the stun shot here is no longer necessary. So in a run, I would never get this again. I would actually replace buying this at Cage for 2 bounty pucks for buying the B2 droid hack at Cage for the same 2 bounty pucks. So I just want to make sure that that's clear, that you'll never see this again from me or from probably anybody in the challenge community, because there's better ways to do it.
Cal. Oh, I see you took care of things here.
Good to see you.
Likewise. Does anyone need a hammer that size?
Doesn't need it anymore. Couldn't find a way to the turbo lift.
Well, let's look for one together.
Okay. Now what? Not bad. What are these buildings?
Technical term is yurts. Living quarters. Saw them on Merrick 9. You never seen so many yurts.
Living quarters.
Okay, so as we enter this next area, I want to run ahead. I want to go ahead and take a shot at the B1 droid and a shot at the Raider. Now there is another B1 droid up there, but it's just going to keep going. So this entire area, to give you a quick synopsis of what we're going to do here for strat, there's multiple enemies in here. There's a B2 droid, there's a BX droid, there's more Raiders. All we're going to do is we're going to aggro them. I'm going to pull them back. And then as I pull them back, I'm going to run to this position. In this position, they cannot attack me because they can't walk past that door threshold. You can see the BX droid right there is just standing there. And as I move back, you'll see he's just walking away. He's no longer aggroed. So in this entire area, every enemy except for the last enemy, which is that B1 droid that was with the group that I shot at the very beginning, we're just going to pull them back and let Bode kill them. And once they're all dead, we'll walk up, we'll kill the B1 droid and move on.
Matt?
Your mark, Keston. Blasters hot.
Assessing damage.
Raiders have gotten pretty cozy here.
We'll need some living space. Homes.
Homes?
Sure. You never been to Marek 9?
So, you're a specialist.
Okay, so for the next section, I like to dash over into this area, which gets me a little bit closer to the next dash I want to do, which is to drop right here, and now we're just going to sprint. And I'm going to sprint to a very specific location. Basically, it's this interior area here. Inside of this area, not a single enemy can attack me except for the B1 droids. They're the only enemies that can cross the threshold into this room. So you can see in the background that all the enemies are out of combat, except for the B1 droids. They're still running in. So what we're going to do here is we're going to confuse enemies, use Bode. We'll do a combination of all of that to get every enemy here dead. And then at the very end, we'll just have the droidica to deal with. And I'll go over how I deal with that once we get to it.
Not today. You'll never make it in the
Spotted some hostiles. Get that droid back.
Not a threat.
Time to get after it. Watch this. Had enough?
Okay, so now that the last enemy's dead, we're gonna very, very, very quietly sneak into this area and then just shoot this droideka 4 times and that will kill it. And by like moving over into that area slowly, we can get there without the droideka going or activating, which means it doesn't have its shield up. We can shoot it from there like you saw, and very, very, very consistent way to kill that enemy with minimal effort.
This is no time to let up, Cap.
Okay, so for this section, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to the stairs. I'm going to wait for all these B1 droids to deploy. And then what I want to do is I want to go ahead and take out this first group. I won't be able to take out the second group safely, but I can take out everything on the right. So we're going to do that and then edge forward until Bode activates. Once he activates, he'll go in and he'll basically deal with all the B1 droids. Now at some point, we'll get B2 droids that will drop from the left troop deployer. When that happens, what I want to do is I want to make sure that they're aggroed to me. I want to make sure that they see me, and then I'm going to leave the area. Now, for whatever reason, when I was testing this, section, trying to develop a strategy, I realized, well, my first thought was that I would drop down, I would go out of combat, I would go back up, and I'd be able to get free damage and rinse and repeat that. However, I found out that when you leave this area, any enemy that is up here will automatically die after a certain amount of time. Whether Bode is fighting them or not, they will just auto die. So it's very, very important that you pull enemies back this way towards you and then just drop off the ledge. And then all you're doing is you're waiting to drop out of combat. And again, you'll know if you're out of combat because BD1 will move on your back and your force bar will go away. That will denote that you're out of combat. So when I go back up here, you can see that that B2 droid that was standing when I was in photo mode is now dead. And Bode, you didn't hear Bode shoot or do anything. So the only conclusion I can come to is that it auto dies, and I don't know why. But it works, so I'm not going to complain about it. So we're going to do this for all the enemies. Now, the added benefit to this strategy is that the normal way this fight would play out is you would kill all these enemies, and then the guy with the hammer, the raider with the hammer up top, would drop down into the area and you'd have to fight him. For whatever reason, by utilizing this strategy, once all enemies are dead, he never drops down. So my theory is that he would only drop down if you were in a certain proximity to trigger that event. And because you're not there to trigger the event skips and never happens. So we're able to just run by, open the door, and continue on without ever fighting him.
How do you think those other compasses went missing?
My credits are on Santari Kree.
No kidding. If she sends Z to that Bacta tank, maybe there's more to this.
This isn't very inviting. I don't think anyone's been back here in a while, buddy. Droids from the Force Ray. Dagan's gonna destroy Z to get what he wants. He's obsessed. He shouldn't have left her at the outpost. We have to get her back.
Multiple angles.
Always giving me a new perspective, eh, Cere? I'm good, buddy. Let's go. Let's stop here. We need the tuner back. Gives them access to everything Kree locked down.
Okay, so as we get to the top of this wall, we're going to go ahead and lift this enemy up into the electricity. That's kind of what the tutorial wants you to do.
Maintenance path should get us topside, I think.
So as I jump onto this this wall here, we're going to wait for this raider to pass back and like towards the center. And then I'm just going to jump out, dash out, and insta-kill him. Alright, we're going to push forward here immediately and go ahead and drop this platform. We'll take out all those enemies, and then we can make our way up. For this next room, my strategy generally is to sit on this box. That'll aggro in both of the B1s. We'll kill the B1s with a push. Then I'm going to go ahead and insta-kill this raider. We'll pull the platform down and just run for the other side. I've since come up with a strategy that's different because right here is where you get the BX hack, the BX droid hack, which is really, really, really beneficial for the Grand Oculus, which I would be getting in later runs. Again, at the time of doing this run, I didn't know it existed. But we would want to clear that whole room out to then access the BX droid hack. So in the future, I would have to kill everyone in there, and I have a new strategy for that. So if you ever stop by my Twitch channel and I'm doing the run, you'll be able to see that there. This is another area where the B2 hack would be very beneficial. We'd be able to hack both of these, run right by them without engaging in combat. Again, I didn't know about it at the time of doing this run, so I developed this strategy, which is basically to force push them over the rails. So you'll force push them once, and that'll knock them back to the edge where the rail is, and then you'll howling push them again to get them to actually clear the rail and go all the way over it. So these guys were a little offset because I missed the push on both of them together with the first push. So having to do this, I guess the difficult way. I mean, I guess I'm doing it the difficult way no matter what, because I don't have the B2 hack, so. But you live and you learn, so we know now.
Bode? Bode, can you hear me? Must be out of range, or they're jamming our comms. I'm sure he's okay, but for now we have to go it alone. Maybe we can get to that turbo lift now.
Okay, so it's time for the Dagan 2 fight. So if you remember back to the Dagan 1 fight, the strategy was stay at range from him. He dashes in, we dodge it, we hit him. He throws saber, we perfect parry it because the saber does damage when you do that. In the second fight, we're gonna do the same thing, so he'll dash and we'll have to dodge 2 abilities now, not a big deal. And he'll also throw saber, but he does it in a different way. So this time he throws it and it revolves around him counterclockwise, and when we perfect parry it, it does no damage to him. So the strategy for this, and again, I will go through all of this in a guide later, but the strategy for this is dodge the dash, 1, 2, get 1 hit, back away. Remember, if you do 2 hits, he'll parry it and then start attacking you. We don't want that. And then whenever he throws saber, we get a perfect parry on it, and that breaks a significant amount of his guard. So what we want to do is we want to dodge his dash to get the free hit, and then we want to break his guard to get 1, 2, 3 hits. So 1, 2, 3, and then back off. And we're going to rinse and repeat this strategy. There is some nuance to this. You can see that I'm fitting in some quick draw shots. Again, I'll go over why and how and all that kind of stuff, the details therein, in the standalone guide that I'll release later. But for the general idea for this fight, stay at range, dodge the dash, get your free hit in, and then break his guard primarily through perfect parrying these sabers, and then get your 1, 2, 3 in and back off.
Come on, Z. Let's keep moving.
Perhaps that's wise. Dagan Gera is positively mad. He kept going on and on about some compass.
Your master created them to navigate the abyss.
This is the first I'm hearing about it.
She purged that knowledge from your memory.
That would explain it. Well, Dagan is certain that she left a compass for him to find.
Let's hope so.
Dagan sent Rayvis to check out another array on the moon. Maybe we'll find it there.
Back to the moon. Great.
Oh, Master Kree, why did you send me to free that traitor?
People are complicated. Maybe she thought the Order got it wrong.
If only we could ask her.
Dagan must have sent Rayvis to get the compass. Maybe the Force Array powers something on the moon. It's a guess. But if Rayvis is on his way there, that's where we need to be too.
Coruscant sounds amazing. All those machines. I'd love to go. So you truly live in Koboh your entire life. Born and raised. Delightful growing up on a planet with children color. Don't get me wrong. All that neon, it's a bit harsh on the eye.
Ready to go, bud?
Shattered moon. No sweat.
They will be expecting us.
Cal and I made it through the Lucrehulk all right.
You and I have different definitions of all right.
I wonder why Dagan sent Rayvis instead of coming here himself.
We're about to drop out of hyperspace. Sit down.
Don't tell Grease, but he's right about this moon. Creepy.
Raiders are locking this place down. It's Rayvis' ship. He's headed for the tower. Best way up is through the array.
Alright, so as we open the door, we're going to have a few enemies to deal with. Again, this is an area where the B2 hack would be nice to have. But I'm going to go ahead and shoot the BX droids, or sorry, the B1 droids. And I mess it up. I need to be further over to the left to actually hit the B1 droid. You kind of got to be lined up with them. But that's okay. The B1 will just sit there and we'll deal with the Raider. So this Raider, again, is one of the heavy Raiders, so we'll just have to go through the motions with it to defeat it.
You scum! Up and away!
Now that it's defeated, I'm gonna go in, kill the B1 droid with a shot, and then we'll just deal with the B2 droid as we've done many, many times before. Deflect shots, push missile, run in and hit it and kill it.
Maybe Centauri hid the compass in the tower. There's only one way to find out.
I heard the boss wants weight. Do you hear that?
Only way through is the firing chamber. Yeah, I don't love the idea either. Think the forest array brought this place back to life? The array activated next. Dagan was right about Centauri.
Jedi, I admire your persistence in following me here. To survive, I look forward to picking up where we left off.
Alright, so for this next section, we have a lot of enemies, So I think I mentioned earlier that one of the things that I had discovered since I've gotten the run is that the upgraded force pull, the max level force pull, is much, much more useful than the upgraded force push, which is howling push. This is one of the sections where that is very, very applicable. With the upgraded force pull, you can basically sit up there and kill every single enemy without ever moving. However, I didn't have that at the time of the run. I didn't know that at the time of the run. So what I did was enter combat, push what I could, kill the droids that were up here shooting, and then basically I run to this position because at this position, the enemies will filter in and they'll try to get to you. Because you're on the high ground, they can't get to you though. So if you stand in just the right spot, you can let this particle cannon or mining cannon kill most of the enemies. So that's basically going to be the strategy here. I'm just going to take advantage of the particle cannon and that AI exploit, I guess you could call it, or whatever, but I'm going to take advantage of that to kill as many of these enemies as I can. Outside of that, you'll see the normal quick draw strategy, and that'll basically take care of all the enemies in this section. Okay, so what I choose to do here, because generally some of these enemies would filter out, and I'm not sure why they didn't, but usually you should just have the droids and then the one raider that's at the control terminal. These other ones should have floated out and we would kill them with the particle cannon. But since they didn't do that, I just, again, this is kind of like improv strat making here. I just decided to confuse them and try to get them to kill each other until, you know, there was one left, so to speak, or, you know, whatever I could get out of the strat until it wasn't working anymore, and then we'd go in and deal with it kind of the normal way that I would. So, this was all improv and not the normal way that this would happen. But I think in the future I'm going to prioritize getting the force pull. And that force pull would make so much of this a non-issue, really. And primarily because with the force pull, you can just grab them and throw them over, you know, the rail into the void, and you could kill them that way very, very, very easily, so...
Fight together.
Sing again.
Hey, Sal. Here?
I'm here. You all okay?
We're managing. No rush, but hurry up and let us know when you're on your way back.
Will do.
Okay, so at the top of this, we're going to go ahead and kill this BX droid. And then I'm just going to do a howling push. Hopefully get all of them. If not, we just deal with whatever's left.
I guess droids don't get to know the plan either. Thanks, BD.
Jedi, I hear you're still with us. You're resilient, I'll give you that. But power is everything. Power is freedom. And if you do not turn away, you will see my power for yourself. I always wondered something about the Jedi. Your ideals teach patience, peace, humility. Yet these were empty mantras. Jedi brutality. galaxy remembers of the Clone Wars, not the diplomacy. Those who fell to this empire are your shadow compared to those from Dagan's.
Only way up is ahead.
And yet...
And into another firing chamber. Yeah, one was enough.
Perhaps you're surprised.
We're not done yet.
You must want Tantalor very badly.
Alright, man. Boy, do I remember this section coming up. Because I almost lost the run right here, and I panicked. So when I go through this this screen, what the strategy is that I go in and I shoot one of them, and then block the attack from the other one. But for whatever reason, the shot didn't activate, and so I panicked and I dashed out, and I was like, "Oh shit! The particle beam's about to shoot." So I dashed back in, and I was just in a panic, full panic mode. And luckily, I didn't get hit by the particle cannon. The timing on that was very much in my favor, but yeah, that was definitely a panic section. And again, I don't know why the game does that. Sometimes it just eats inputs. You know, you'll go to shoot, or you'll go to block, or you'll go to do something, and it just won't happen. Or the reverse of that, you'll dodge and it'll do the input twice, or you'll jump and it'll do the input twice when you didn't want it to. So, not exactly sure what's going on with the game there, but yeah, I did panic like crazy on that. So.
This is different.
Jedi.
Alright, so for the enemies in this room, again, strategies likely would change here. If I had force pull, it would make this quite a bit easier. But the strategy as you see it here is 3 shots at Raider 1, 3 shots at Raider 2. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop down, and I'm going to come up on the ledge, howling push B1, and then shoot. And I shouldn't have shot there, because you can't use quick draw if you don't have any ammo. But anyways, once I get back up to this section, I would tuck myself all the way in the corner, and by doing that, it actually stops the BX droids from shooting you. And so then what I want to do is I just want to target them, pull them up one at a time with grasping pull, and kill them. So once those are dead, then what we're going to do is we're going to filter down, because the enemies should come down. And what I would like to do here is get a confuse on the Raider, and get the Raider to either kill the BX droid or have the BX droid kill the Raider. Either way is fine, it doesn't matter. But we want to get one of those to die, so that then we can enter into a 1v1 with whatever remains.
Let's dance. Time to fight. Call this a battle?
Okay, so once that enemy's dead and we just have the one, I'm going to go ahead and check and make sure that the hammer is not on the ground. So once I can confirm that, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and drop down, and we'll take the 1v1 with the Raider. And then that's it. That's the last enemy I have to kill for this area, and we can just move on.
Tech on Koboh. Was it made here?
We have a containment breach!
Get down!
That gadget we found in the stone spires. Think it can help here? You got this one, right, BD? Let's see what Kree was up to. Could help us climb the tower. She defeated Dagan but didn't turn him in. Why? Let's give it a try. It works. On to Rayvis.
For these enemies ahead, guys, there's really no strat here. It's just kill one, push the other one off. Fairly simple. Alright, so time for Rayvis. So the Rayvis fight is very intimidating at first, but with my strategy and what I've developed here, I basically make him work for me. Very similar to the Dagan fights, where I play very defensive, very patient, and I let him give me the opportunities to do damage. So what I'm going to do here is I'm basically going to stay away from him. I'm going to play for saber throws. And I'm going to play for blaster fire. That's why I'm going to do this entire fight with the double saber. Now, when I say that I'm going to stay away from him, basically I'm going to stay just slightly beyond his melee range. And what I want him to do is shoot at me, but in between shooting, he's going to prioritize doing some type of an attack. And if I remember correctly, it's three or four attacks that he can do if you maintain this positioning and this tempo, other than you know, shooting at you. Now, one of the other things I want to go over is, and again, I'll go over all of this in detail in its own standalone guide for Rayvis when I release it. But I watched quite a few videos of other people doing this fight when I was researching and studying and trying to figure out how I wanted to do it and what approach I wanted to take. And these yellow circles that he does when he shoots at you, where he shoots out missiles as well, I've noticed that a lot of people don't understand how they work. And so when he does that attack, what he's doing is he's placing yellow circles around the area, and there's always a gap. There will always be a gap in them. And generally all you have to do is walk maybe one step forward or one step to the left, one step to the right, something like that, and then just stand still, and you'll completely miss all of the damage. Whereas I've seen the way most people have reacted to them is to jump everywhere, like dodge real far backwards or dodge real far to the right, and you don't need to do that. And the reason why I wanted to bring that up is because you're going to see that attack a lot in this phase. So in this phase, Rayvis gains the ability to regenerate health. I'm not sure if that's every difficulty or if that's only on Jedi Grandmaster difficulty, but it's definitely in this difficulty. So the way that I approach this fight, again, is very patient and takes quite a bit of time. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to play for blaster fire, and I'm going to play for the openings where I can get saber throws or melee damage in safely. And that's all I'm going to do. So really his health regen is based on how long it takes you to get him to attack. So generally that's going to be, so here's yellow circles. You see I just walk into where it's safe, and then I'm good to go. But generally what you want to do is you want to stay close enough for him to start an attack and then get away. And then after a while, you'll be able to do something like this, or you'll be able to do something like this, where we'll get some damage in on him right after the red attack, and then we'll back off. We'll get damage, obviously, with the blaster fire, and we're just going to rinse and repeat this tactic until he's dead. And it does take longer, but again, in my opinion, I think this is the safest, most consistent way to do the fight, because you never have to parry anything. I do parry one attack, which you could dodge it as well. I just parry it because it feels nice. But you're not like in his face, perfect parrying everything or having to dodge a whole bunch. You're basically just letting him kill himself by capitalizing on a couple of key openings and then keeping your distance outside of that. So that's all I'll say about this fight. Again, when I release the full guide, I will go over every little thing in detail because there are quite a few things you have to know with this fight. And there's some graphical bugs on this fight. That's very, very important to know. So again, I'll go over all that when I release the actual guide.
I demand more!
Jedi strength.
Think you can do it, Jedi?
Jedi truly know how to fight!
We are not done yet! You shall trouble us no longer! Simply enough!
Grease, you there?
Cal, I don't know what you did, but those vulture droids are making a hasty exit. The landing pad's clear. I'm gonna bring the Manus in now.
Copy that.
We'll be waiting for you, kid.
Maybe Rayvis was right. Dagan abandoned the Jedi code. Now look at him. Consumed by his obsession with Tanalorr. How is that different from what we're doing? Yeah. Don't worry about it. Thanks for having my back.
Running from a blaster.
Let's pick our next destination.
Headed to Koboh's finest watering hole.
I need to clear my mind.
Okay, so what we're gonna do now is I'm gonna go get the last skill perk slot upgrade essence that that we're gonna get for the run. Basically, this is just gonna be going to Harvest Ridge. We're gonna fly to Rambler's Reach Jail, and then we're gonna go down into the tunnel, navigate that section. There's a couple of enemies down there, but we'll just quick draw all of them, and then we'll get that perk slot upgrade. And you can't do this until you have the dash ability, like the ability to dash through the green screens from Marin, from the second time you go to Jedah. So I choose to do it here. You could do it slightly earlier, but point being, this is another very, very safe perk slot upgrade to get. So it would be this one in future runs. It would be this one. It would be the one with the Neko at Harvest Ridge. When we got that fast travel point in the first place, and then it would be the one for 10 data disk from Z that we could buy from her.
Once we're out of here, first thing is paying a visit to Dome Dendra. You hear that? Oh no!
Run!
I know. Come on now. It'll be okay.
Something blessed us one almighty racket. Have you built for feet? Well, that's not something easy every day now, is it?
Let's see what's up ahead, buddy.
Okay, so up ahead we're going to have 2 troopers. This strat's very, very simple. I'm basically going to dash through, insta-kill the first, and shoot the second.
Do your thing, buddy.
Now for the enemies that follow, we're going to have a KX droid, we're going to have a heavy assault, and we're going to have just a melee trooper. So I grasping pull the melee trooper, which will aggro the KX droid to come in. If I can get the kill on the heavy, I'll do it. If not, then we won't. But regardless, we want to get back into this area, and we'll force push the KX droid off the ledge. So up ahead, we'll have some more chickens. We'll have 3 of them, so we'll just grasp and pull the first 2, and then what I generally do is kill the second, or the last one with blaster shots. That way I maintain some force for this next section. So I'm going to dash over, dash back, and then we're going to confuse the flame trooper. And if you do this right with the right distance, you'll be able to pull the shield for free and kill the flame trooper with it. And then we'll just run past. There is an enemy right there. You can see it, the bug that just jumped at me. So you want to be careful when you run by there, not to wake it up, or if you do wake it up, be away from it. So I'm going to pull this chicken from around the corner. And then I'm going to run to the back of this building because there's a bug back here, and I want to kill it for force. Because we're going to have 2 chickens on the other side, and I want to have enough force to pull them without having to sit here and wait for it to regen. Okay, so once those 2 are dead, we'll jump over, get double saber out because we're going to have a heavy assault shooting at us. We'll take out this heavy assault. That'll aggro all of the enemies in the background. We're going to deflect the 2 ranged troopers. And then we'll cross over and kill these 2. I'd say about 50% of the time, the melee trooper will walk forward. If he does that, then you can stay on the last platform and grab him from there before you come over, but it doesn't really matter.
Place is crawling with Imperials.
So as we enter this area, I'm going to go ahead and confuse this enemy, and then I'm going to shoot the bug here and then run around and grapple up.
Raiders have... Visibility's pretty bad. Gotta push through.
Alright, so for the enemies up ahead, I choose to kill them. You don't have to do that like this. You could rest and get your blaster shots back. I just choose to kill these guys because they're in the way and they're very low risk. Generally I get all my blaster shots back from doing that, so...
Must have been thriving here once. Now it's...
So as I make my way down here into the fog, I'm going to hold short basically at where this trooper is. We're going to let the Wampa walk past us. You can barely see it there. And then I'm going to walk and not sprint. As long as I'm walking, he'll be none the wiser and we can just go right by. Alright, so when we get to the top of this area, we're going to take a hard right. And we're going to go push a bunch of these roller mines and delete them. Now what I want to do here is I'm going to get the Fortitude perk. Which means we have to fight a mini-boss. Which is a Spile Maw. However, you don't really have to fight it. So we're going to go into the cave here. And then we're going to stand right about here, and we're going to quick draw it until it's dead. Once it's dead, we'll move forward behind it, get the Fortitude perk. Again, the Fortitude perk increases all saber damage that you do. It also increases all damage you take, but since this is a no damage run, no one should ever hit me, so it shouldn't matter. It'll just be a net positive for our run.
Uzi was right. This thing was nasty. Prospectors move out, and the beasts move in. Hard place to call home.
Okay, so now that we're back up top, I'm going to approach the door from the right side, and when I pull it open, I'm going to stand still. The Wampa's going to walk out just slightly and then stop at the door. We'll force push it to knock it down. That's a howling push, I guess I should say, to knock it down, and then we can just run by it safely without having to deal with it. So as we come down the zip line here, we'll have 2 troopers. As long as we don't sprint, we can reposition behind them and then shove them off. I then want to equip double saber here, and we're going to confuse the purge trooper and then deflect the shots from all the ranged troopers. Okay. Once all the ranged troopers are done, what I'm going to do is just go ahead and move on. I'm not going to wait for everybody to be defeated in the area because we can do that later. I am going to get one more confuse on him. That way he's doing damage and working for me while I'm going through the ship.
Anything? Watch out, bud. Not a good day for these droids. Purge trooper. Got what was coming to him. What is it? Oh. You want it? All yours, bud. BD?
Alright, so as soon as we grapple over, I'm going to go ahead and jump dash to this next high ground. And then what I want to do from here is I want to take out any enemies that are remaining. So being that there's only the one droid, we can just go ahead and shoot that with quick draw. If there were multiple enemies here, then we would want to confuse them until there was one enemy left and then deal with it. So as I enter this area, I want to make sure that the trooper here is kind of pushed up the bridge there. That way when I kill the heavy assault, I'll have enough time to push the rocket back on the rocket trooper. And then I can deal with the melee trooper in a 1v1. Okay, up ahead we're going to have 3 troopers. We're simply just going to walk up and howling push these guys off the edge. Now as I make my way over the zip line, we'll have 2 melees. I'm going to insta-kill the first melee and then grasp and pull kill the second.
What's this?
Alright, for the 2 enemies in front of us, I actually messed this up. I forgot to hack the KX droid. So we could have used the electro dart to hack him, and then I could drop down on this trooper and kill it. And for whatever reason, it just, I don't know, it blanked on it. But I ended up just pushing him off to be safe. And then I think right when I was doing the howling push, I remembered, like, just hack him, dude. But the deed was already done, so to speak, so it didn't really matter. Alright, so for the Imperial outpost, the umbrella strategy here is that we're going to take the high ground and we are going to fight every single thing and kill every single thing from the high ground. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to land, and I think there's a scan up here I should be getting, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and time the patrolling trooper for this TIE fighter drop. Pretty sure I missed it. I did it just like a hair too early. But once we do that, we'll drop it down, we'll get some free kills.
What's that?
There's my scan.
What's that, bud?
And now what I want to do is I want to pull something and kill it. Or push it, I guess is what I chose to do there. But anyways, once we engage in combat, everyone else will see us, and then we can start deflecting shots. And that one guy escaped. And he didn't die. Alright, there we go. So now that he's dead, we'll get the next wave of enemies coming in. There's going to be 2 rocket troopers accompanying them, so I back up, kind of line of sight, and then just jiggle peek out until I can get that 1v1, and then jiggle peek out a little bit more, get the next 1v1, and then I'm going to go to the edge and deflect the blaster fire. Alright, once those guys are done, now what I need to do is I need to grasping pull these enemies and kill them. So what you're going to notice is that a lot of the time I'm going to rotate between this position and then the other area where I was at earlier. And the reason I'm doing that is because I'm trying to get these guys to be out in the open. So if I'm right here, eventually what will happen is the enemies will go under the catwalk and I won't be able to see them. Conversely, if I stay over here, they'll be under the platform and then I won't be able to see them either. So what you kind of need to do is you need to like go on one side and then as they're traversing, change direction, go back to the other side, and then you can pull them because they're out in the middle trying to then walk back to where you are. So you're forcing their reposition. And that's going to be the theme for the whole thing. So that's the last I'll say on this. We're going to kill everything from up here on the high ground using that method until the DT droids come out. Once the DT droids come out, we'll kill everybody, and then and then we'll use charge shots, quick draw to kill the DT droids, and then I'll move on.
Let's fight together.
Intruder, do not run.
Am I all that's left?
That's the last of them. Let's... Weak minds don't stop them from conquering the galaxy. Do your magic, BD.
All right, guys. So, our friendly neighborhood Rick. So I decided early on in my runs that I was not gonna let Rick die. Rick was gonna live. Because if Rick dies, who the hell's gonna fix all these busted ass doors? I mean, you could also say Rick's not doing a good job and he deserves to be killed. Because empires, right? But anyways, I decide we're gonna let Rick live. So Rick gets to live on all of my runs now.
Long way down. We've come so far. On you, BD. Bode, we're heading to the observatory.
Already on my way. This is it. Keep pushing. I'll cover you from the sky.
These look modded. Probably for the high altitude. Fine. Try to get eyes on Dagan.
Roger that.
Raiders already tore through here. Hit it. Nice work. Let's keep heading up. We'll manage.
Good luck. I think I've got a raider on my tail. Gonna shake him.
Let's stop for a moment.
Okay, so we're going to get a couple of things here. First thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to use crossguard. It's the only time in the run that I will actually choose to use crossguard. And the reason why I'm doing that is because there is an ability for crossguard that we're going to get that is absolutely necessary for what we're about to do. And it's this ability right here. So Charged Reflection is very, very good for breaking Droideka shields. And we're going to have 2 Droidekas up here in front of us. And we're going to use that ability to break their shields and deal with them. If you don't use that, it is near impossible to get through this section without taking damage. And that's unfortunate. However, let's talk about these enemies. So as I come up here, I'm going to go ahead and shoot the troopers that I can. And the reason why I'm doing this is I want to kill as many troopers as possible to keep the raiders and the droids on the front half of this area. And the reason why I want to do that is because I want to work my strategy on the back half of this area. Now again, if I was, and at the time I didn't know about it, but if I was to do this run in the future, I would be getting the BX hack that I alluded to earlier when we were in the Lucrehulk. Because then I could hack all these droids, walk in, and they would kill the raider, and I wouldn't have to deal with them. But because I didn't have it here and I didn't know about it, I had to come up with a different strat. So what I'm doing here is I'm taking advantage of their aggro table, and I'm going to take advantage of the stealth system that's in the game. So what I did was I walked forward, it pulled all of them down, I turned around, I came back. So they're looking for me, they can't find me, so now they're all going to walk away. And as that happens, I'm going to let them filter out, and then I'm going to go back in and pull them one at a time down to that same area they just walked down to. And then I'm going to jump over them with this balloon, be behind them, sneak up behind them using the stealth mechanic, and then throw them off the ledge. And I'm going to do that for every single one of these enemies, except for the 2 ranged droids that are always going to stay up at the top. So that's what you're going to see here. And then once all that is cleaned up and done, I'll go over the droidekas.
Enemy in area of operations. Enemy impact. It's about time.
Okay, so now we just have the droidicas, and what I told you earlier is what you're going to see. So we're going to get one deflect, and you see the shield immediately breaks. What I'm going to do from there is I'm going to deflect again, and because the deflect from the crossguard has a knockback mechanic to it, it knocks these guys back, and after 2 knockbacks, they're no longer able to shoot you when you walk forward. So we're going to take advantage of that, walk forward. We're just going to do a standard pull to pull each one of them over the ledge, and that'll take care of those. Alright, so as we move forward here, we're going to have 2 B1 droids up at the top here. Generally, I choose to shoot one and deflect the other. And then I remember this very vividly. Dink dink. That's the game doing what I told you guys again with the inputs, like eating the inputs or doing double inputs when you only hit it one time. So almost lost my run there because it double jumped when I was not expecting it to double jump.
Hang on.
Alright, so for the enemies in front, we're going to have a couple B1 droids. We're just going to shoot them. We'll get 2 more that'll float in from the left. We'll shoot those as well. Then what I want to do is now I want to go over and sit on the wall. And there's going to be 2 B1 droids that are pathing from the right. So I want to move all the way over to the left section. The reason I'm doing that is because I don't want to aggro the raider that's to the right. And then once these droids that are patrolling get behind or basically in line with the 2 that are stationary, I'm going to pop up, howling push, and kill all 4. Then we're immediately going to run over to this white box. And we're going to fight the 2 B1 ranged droids from here, just slightly edging out, and take them in 1v1s. Now once that last one's dead, we'll walk up. You can see the raider behind the box here waiting to ambush us, and we're just going to push him off the platform.
What do you want with the observatory?
What? We're just following orders.
Just a pawn? Do you carry a communication device?
Yes.
Activate it now. My name is Dagan Gera. Your attack here has failed and your soldiers' lives are forfeit.
I did what you asked. Let me go.
All right.
For this raider, we're simply just going to push him off the area and then move on. Now out here in front of us, we've got a hammer mini boss, and this is the only other area that you're going to see me use the stun shot. You don't need the stun shot here. You could just run right by him. You could also howling push him, and while he's somewhat staggered, you could run by him. So this is not needed at all. And again, I go back to my previous statement. In future runs, I would never pick this up because it's useless. But because I had it, I decided to use it here, stun him, and then I can run by, and we can move on from there.
There's our man.
you waiting. Had to swat a few bedlam flies to make a landing.
No problem. We got a whole swarm of them up ahead.
Nah. You ready for this, brother?
Let's get that compass.
Imps are just about cleaned out of here, huh?
They underestimated the Bedlam Raiders.
Dagan may be delusional, but he's got an army that believes in him.
They think he's taking them to Tanalorr.
My dead body. Only way to go is up. You coming, Trapper? Man, will you look at this place? Incredible. Just... incredible. Just look at this tech. You know, my daughter loves gadgets.
Yeah?
Her favorite is this black market scanner I took off a Hut enforcer. What a mess of a father I've been.
Nobody's perfect. You're fighting to give her a better life.
You're right. All of us. Hope we're not too late. Dagan's on planet with the compass.
He flies out of here and we never see him again.
Well, let's pick up the pace and make sure that doesn't happen.
Where are all the raiders?
Oh, I don't like the look of this.
Need to center myself.
You sure you want to push that button?
Do we have a choice?
All right, let's do this.
All right, so we're gonna have two Magnaguards here. The strategy for this is pretty simple. We're gonna run in, we're gonna aggro them, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn around and run back. And when I run back, Bode should start engaging them. And one of two things will happen. Either they'll stay with me, and if they stay with me, I'm gonna keep going back and jump up on the ledge of the window back here. Or if they don't, then I'll just keep letting Bode engage them. And when they're not chasing me anymore, I'll just kind of stop and observe. Now, ideally here, what I want to happen, the fastest and the safest, in my opinion, way to do this, is to have them come back here. And I believe this guy does come back here. I believe he chases me. I could be wrong, though. Let's see. There he is. He's coming. Okay, so here's the area that I was talking about. So generally, I would have them run in, and then they would be like right in front of here, so like this. And then what I would do is every time they attack, you just go ahead and quick draw them. So anytime they're doing an attack, they can't defend. So I want to time that with Bode. And if you do that, you can kill them very, very quickly, very safely. Okay, so now that they're done, we're going to run forward. I'm going to get the scan, and the reason I get my scan here is because if I don't, then BD's just going to stay on the floor and I can't use his electro dart. So we get the scan so that that doesn't happen. I'm going to turn the thing and then immediately go. And so by immediately running, what's going to happen is the two raiders will aggro you instantly. The B2 droids are not coded to aggro to you until they get to their default position and then stop moving. So by doing this, I keep the B2s down there, I bring the raiders here, and then I'm going to use the exact same strategy. I want Bode to attack them, and whenever they're attacking Bode, I can get charge shots in because they can't defend while they're attacking. So it's basically the same strategy as the Magnaguards, just with different enemies. So I'm waiting here, hoping he's going to attack so I can get the shot, but he doesn't.
Ready for more? Not today.
And now that there's one, it'll be a lot easier. There we go. Okay, so now for the B2 droids, I'm going to walk forward and I'm going to get a quick draw on each one of them. Now there is a rare instance where you'll shoot them and they won't move. And I don't know if that's a positioning thing, like maybe I'm just like at the perfect distance. And I was actually at the wrong distance there because I didn't get the double shot of one on each target. But anyways, once you aggro them, basically you'll run back. And generally they'll stop right around where they are now and they'll just focus on Bode. And when they do that, I just kind of sit here, let Bode do his thing. If they shoot rockets, I push them back like you saw there. And eventually they'll die. Okay. Now it's time to go in. We'll rotate again. And we'll get the hardest set of enemies and the last set of enemies for this little section.
Think you can jumpstart that thing, BD?
So what I want to do right after I do this is I want to run around and line of sight using this center tube or whatever. And the reason for that is because of the ranged droid that's on the catwalk. Now I messed this up. I forgot to wait for the ranged droid to path back away from the catwalk. If you do that, then when you spin this, he's none the wiser. And you can keep him disengaged. Because when he gets engaged, he draws the attention of the other BX droid, which then comes to investigate and sees there's a fight, so then he enters the fight. And the BX droid's not a problem, the melee BX droid's not a problem when you're not getting shot at. So because we're getting shot at here, this is a problem. I need this ranged droid to die. So now that he's dead, I can deal with the BX droid. And I think Bode ends up fucking killing him here, but... yeah, there we go. So now at this point, we just have the hammer. And what normally happens here is I take the catwalk, I take the high ground, Bode comes in, and I tell Bode, hey, attack him. Bode goes in, attacks him, and then stays on him. And what he did this time was he jumped to the high ground and then proceeded to be a pain in the ass the entire time this guy was alive. So the safest thing that you can do is let Bode fight this guy. You don't want to fight him. This section becomes much, much longer than it needs to be because I'm trying to get Bode's AI to aggro and he's not doing it. So that's what you're going to see here. I'm basically waiting for Bode to do his job, and he doesn't want to cooperate. But eventually we figure it out and we get him killed, and then we can move on.
Who's next? Got it! Blaster's hot. My turn. Trigger finger's itchy. Watch this. Give me a mark. Good call. They won't like this. Ready to fire. Nothing personal. Light him up. Take us for round 3?
Round 3 already? I've lost count.
that thing?
Jedi stuff. Don't worry about it.
Show off. Expensive toys, huh? Those Republic scientists had it good.
Okay, so we've got a ton of B1 droids up ahead. So what we're going to do is we're going to walk up the ramp until we aggro them. Once we aggro them, we're going to run back. And I'm going to situate myself right here. And what this is going to do is this is going to stay in range for them to come down and investigate. And it's going to allow me to howling push many of them. And so that's going to be the strategy, is basically as they're floating down, we want to howling push as many as we can. And then... you know, every once in a while there'll be, you know, one or two that'll make it all the way down, and we just deal with those as applicable. When it's the ranged enemies, it gets a little dangerous because they could throw a grenade, and if that happens, you need to be prepared to drop off the back of this platform and drop down and just like outrange them so that they can't do that. So that's why I'm like on the edge right here. I was preparing. If it was just one droid, it wouldn't have mattered. But when you got two, again, you don't want to be in a situation where one's shooting and one's throwing a grenade at the same time, because then you could potentially be hit while you're trying to push the grenade or dodge it. So I want the, when Bode kind of like teleported up the ramp for whatever reason, he kind of aggroed the other enemies up there. So I need to wait for them to drop combat, because what I want to do is I want to walk up the left side and force my body into this wall so that as I walk up, the group of B1 droids up here can't see me. And once I get far enough up, I'm just going to howling push and kill as many of them as I can. Alright, so we got all of them. So now we're going to push up to the corner where Bode is, right here. And I'm basically going to sit on this corner, howling push B1 droids until they're all down, and then I'm going to let Bode kill the 3 B2 droids. And the way that I'm going to do that is I'm going to keep stepping out and stepping back. And by stepping out and stepping back, I'm re-engaging with the B2 AI so that they try to walk forward to attack me. And then when I line of sight them, they go, oh, I can't see him. So it's kind of like, oh, there he is. Oh, I don't know where he is. Oh, there he is. Oh, I don't know where he is. And so they keep doing that. And that allows Bode to also stay engaged so that he can kill them.
Attack it! Ready, Kestis.
Parameters.
We're close. Hope you saved some for Dagan.
I'm ready. How about you, BD?
Alright, so it is Dagan 3 time, our final fight with Dagan. So there's a couple things I need to do here. So one, I want to go into perks, and I want to go ahead and take marksmanship off and put fortitude on. Alright, now we're going to go in and we want to make sure that we're in blaster stance, and again, this is a boss fight. I will put out a much more detailed guide on this, but generally speaking, this fight is going to be just an expansion of Dagan 1 and Dagan 2 strategy approaches. So it's going to be stay distance from them. You want to go for the dodge on the dash. You want to go for the parry on the saber throw. And then in this fight, there are other attacks he does that will allow you to get damage in on him in a safe way. So anytime that we're able to do that, we'll take that opportunity and get the damage in. The only other thing I want to speak to is in phase 3. So when we get to phase 3, I'll pipe up when the mechanic happens. But that's what you're gonna see. For this is an evolution of the same strategies that we've done on the first 2 encounters.
Embarrassment. Let me deliver your wretched demise, you miserable fool. Kneel before me. You're slipping. Inevitable. Firing! Bear witness to true power. I could annihilate you. The galaxy would never notice. You know nothing of the Force. Fool. You're terrified. You miserable fool. Bow before me, Jedi. Face me.
Alright, so the attack that I mentioned earlier that I wanted to chime back in on in Phase 3 is about to come up right now. So when he does these clones, as you can see, I howling push and then I use the blaster to shoot them. I cannot find a better way to do that mechanic. So I highly suggest that for anyone that's doing this fight that's having trouble, you need howling push for that, and then you need the blaster stance. And there's a little bit of nuance with that. When he does it, you want to back away so that the clones will run forward, because he'll never run forward. That way you can immediately identify which ones are clones. Then you want to howling push at a distance that is going to connect with both the clones and Dagan himself. Because if you don't do that, then what's going to happen is he's basically going to start attacking you while you're dealing with the clones. However, when you do the howling push and it connects with him, it destroys the clones and allows you to shoot them, and then thinks of sorry, not thinks, but then allows the stagger on Dagan himself to pause his attacking, so you don't have to worry about it. So that's how I choose to do this. If you choose to do it that way as well, just make sure that you're aware of that fact and make sure that you hit the howling push on everyone.
should we go, buddy?
Jedah it is.
You think Cordova can repair that compass?
Oh, I bet credits he can.
You have credits to bet?
What's that supposed to mean?
Tanalorr. We're so close now.
I'm excited to see Tanalorr.
Oh, me too. But just don't go starting a witch school or something. And definitely don't invite those creepy sisters of yours.
But they're here now, Grease. All around you.
I just sensed something, Grease. Did you feel that?
Are you kidding me? Arriving at our destination.
Master Cordova.
The two-gun thing. I feel like one is enough. Not for him.
Man, one is never enough.
You think so?
No, well, and we...
Okay, so for this, we want to go ahead and equip single saber because we're prepping for the Bode fight. And then I'm going to go into the single stance skill tree and I want to get Aerial Ace. Aerial Ace is absolutely broken on Bode, and we're going to abuse it. So we want to make sure that we have that ability. We want to make sure that we have single saber, and now we can go forward and start the betrayal sequence.
I'm curious to hear what you make of Dagan Gera's history.
Dagan felt like his life's work was being threatened. That obsession led him astray.
Sounds all too familiar.
What do you mean?
You may recall that I had a...
Hold that thought.
I'm curious to hear what you make of Dagan Gera's history.
We'll talk later. How's it coming?
Bode! Bode! Bode!
Cordova.
for the archive. It's getting away.
All right, so this Bode encounter is fairly short, actually. It doesn't even feel like a real boss fight, but what we're going to be playing for is this right here. And this is where I said aerial ace is absolutely, or the aerial attack is absolutely broken against Bode, because you can indefinitely chain CC him as long as you have force. So that's what we're going to be playing for. We're going to stay at range. We're going to play for that attack and just wait for our opportunity, and when we have the opportunity to hit him, otherwise we will, but really we're just waiting for him to charge so that we can abuse that aerial attack. All right, so the Cere section, what we've come to call Cere's legacy in the community. Oh man, this section's brutal. In both phase 1 and phase 4, it's very, very technical, very easy to mess up and take a hit. And then in some of the in-between stuff, there's quite a bit of RNG that could bite you in the butt. So what I'm going to be doing in the future is I'm going to be releasing a guide specifically for this section because there's so much you have to know about it. So what I'll tell you guys now is that everything that I'm doing here is intentional. So even, you know, standing out here and walking around kind of in a back and forth motion, that's to make sure that my guard doesn't break instantaneously, to spread the shots from the troopers. Standing up here is very intentional to make sure that the melee can't attack me and I'm safe from the range that spawn on the other side. And then moving down here is to aggro the range on the back of the area to pull them down into the area, because otherwise they can get stuck up there and then you have to reload the entire section. Moving back over to this section so that those ranged enemies will pull forward and I can deflect them. So there's every single movement here is with purpose. I'm not doing anything random, and this section is very chaotic. So the difficulty therein is taking a chaotic environment and trying to put structure behind it. So when I developed this strategy, it took hours and hours and hours of study and practice to figure this out. So what I want to do now is basically ensure that there's no ranged enemies left. Then I want to drop down and I want to just start taking out these enemies. And the way that I do that is to just do a stab out and get out. So that's kind of the rule. Stab out, get out. And we're going to do that for as many enemies as we can until the next phase starts. And we'll know that phase is coming because we'll see ships, 3 ships to be exact, flying in from the direction that I was just looking. So you'll see that as I run around, generally I'll kill enemies when I'm capable of looking up at the ridge. Because once you kill a certain number of them, or should I say once there's a certain number of them left, that's when the phase will start. So there's the ships coming in, I see that, and now I need to move to get into position for the next section. So we're going to move to this high ground, we're going to walk as far forward as I can get, basically to where I'm staring at the back of Cere's head, and then I want to deflect the 4 troopers that are on the other side as quickly as possible, and then I'm going to move off to avoid the rocket shot and move forward to attack the other rocket trooper that's on the far left. We'll get him with a grasping pull. Then I want to slightly cheat back to bring the melees in, get them a little bit more grouped, and then I'm going to go in to pull this next rocket trooper. So we'll take that guy out, and now it's just melee. All I have to deal with now is melee, and again, it's going to default to the same idea as the melee section before, which is I need to kill a certain amount of melee troopers to then force the final phase. And so in the final phase, we'll get a ship that comes in with 2 heavy assaults. I don't know why the hell I did that. That was stupid. But we'll get 2 heavy assaults that come in on a ship. And I need to be in a certain position when they come in, which is actually where I pulled that trooper. So again, I'm going to run around. We're going to do stab out, get out. And then I'm going to be looking for that ship to be coming in. And once I see that, I'll need to go get in position. Now, for whatever reason, in the heat of the moment, I pulled this damn trooper up there like an idiot. So at some point, I will need to get him off there, or I won't be able to go stand up there safely. I don't remember when I do that, but surely I do that. I don't know. I don't remember pulling this guy up there. I'm really surprised that I did that. And I want to say it's when we get like 5, 4, 3, somewhere in that area is when the ship comes in. Come on past, Hayete. Realize that that trooper's in your way. There you go. Alright. So we're looking. No ship yet, so we need to kill another one. Let's kill another one. Alright, no ship yet. Let's kill another one. And there we go. So ship's coming in now. So again, I'm just going to sit here and not move. And so by doing that, the heavy assaults will come out, they'll sit in the ship, and then they'll just auto-die for some reason. Without anyone attacking them or anything, if you watch the right side of your screen, you'll see them just drop dead. There they are. So once they're dead, then you'd want to drop down and clean up with other, whatever enemies remain. Luckily, the NPCs killed them all, so I didn't have to worry about it.
A moment to focus. I know a shortcut. Stand back. We have to hold the hangar until evacuations are complete.
Alright, so as we get the enemies filtering out of this elevator, we're just going to stand back and prioritize the range, get all those guys dead, and then we can deal with the melee if they remain. Now, fun fact, we're always going to get, for whatever reason, we're always going to get a melee that sits on top of this area. That sits on top. He just dropped down. You saw him squeeze through and die right there. I don't know why, but he always gets stuck on top of this damn elevator for me. And I have had him, as I was going up the elevator, drop into the elevator shaft and scare the crap out of me, so definitely something I look for now. So as we drop into this area, we kill this trooper, and then we're just going to run. So a really, really cool mechanic in this game is that if you're sprinting, you get agile deflection, which stops blaster shots from hitting you, and you also gain that when you're double jumping. So in this next section, we're going to use that information. So I'm always going to be holding saber, and I will only ever sprint double jump to the next section. And the reason for that is because all of the fire coming in from the AT-ATs can do damage to you. And it's completely random. You'll never know when it's going to hit you. So really, like, this is a butt-clenching section because I have to do damage to these guys. And the safest place to do it is right here. And blaster fire can come in right here. So very, very scary. But once those guys are dead, I'll basically just hold Saber and let Merrin do everything. I got a little greedy there, which I should not have done, but
large damage initiated.
Set me on this.
Systems fairly.
You will break.
We must destroy those walkers.
okay, so as we climb up here, we're gonna have a ship come in. It should contain 2 ranged and 2 purge troopers. What I'm going to be doing is watching for their blaster fire and the jetpack troopers right there that just shot at me at the top right. Basically, I'm just going to stand in this position, deflect whatever I can. If they die, great. If they don't, it doesn't matter. My objective is to bring these purge troopers down to the end of this area and then drop off. Once I drop off, we're just going to howling push them off, and generally they will die. If you get the howling push and they fall like a little bit more to the left, then they could survive. But that doesn't matter because they'll never be able to make it back up here to fight you. And eventually they'll just drop out of combat altogether.
What are you doing here?
The walkers will breach the perimeter soon. That will slow them down.
Master Junior, the Empire has breached.
Merrin, can you...
Of course. So many have died.
All right, so for the hallway fight, really it's straightforward. You're basically just staying at range, and you're letting Merrin do most of the work, and you're augmenting damage where you can fit it in. So that's all I'll say about this. There is, if I remember correctly, there's, with the Purge Troopers at the very end, there was a real close call because of the way one of them pathed. But I'll point that out when we get there. But the rest of this, you know, feel free to take whatever you can away from it, but generally the strategy is just stay away from them, let Merrin kill them, and then you know, get deflex in or whatever you can get in from safety.
We're not going down easily.
They're opening the gate.
Then we'll stop.
More Imperials up ahead.
Remember your training. Don't let up.
Face the magic of Dothamir.
We're losing men. Yeah, you better run.
You will break. take them down.
Alright, so I think this is where the other Purge Trooper comes up behind me, which he's never done in hours and hours of playing this game. Never done that. And that was so scary because I had one attacking me and one running up behind me, and if he would have shot at me at the time I was dodging, I probably would have taken a hit. That was super scary. But I usually float them to the back here because they both go on the same side, and then I can just, you know, run around counterclockwise or clockwise while they're running around clockwise, and then they just never get to me because we're running in the same direction. Alright, so as I alluded to earlier, the hangar section, which is phase 4 of this, is another very, very technical, RNG heavy, pain in the ass section. So I'll try to give a play-by-play, same as I did on the outside section, but this one is much more involved. Both the outside section and this section really come down to the rocket troopers. If the rocket troopers didn't exist, these sections wouldn't be a problem. It's because rocket troopers exist in them that makes them problematic. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit here and wait for these guys to all flow in, and at some point the range troopers are going to start shooting at me. And very similar to the outside phase, I'm just going to deflect them, move around to try to avoid some of the fire, and then once they're all dead, then what I want to do is we need to go forward. Now in this phase, there will be 4 ranged troopers that will spawn non-stop from the entrance here where you see the flames at. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run up here. I'm going to use photo mode to verify where they are. So there they are right there. We've also crossed into phase 2. So what I need to do is I need to kill these guys, and then I'm going to jump up here and wait for the rocket troopers to come in and grasp and pull them. That eliminates the biggest problem in this entire hangar section. Now, what I have to remember is that range troopers are going to, again, be flowing in every 10 seconds or something like that. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to weave my, my aggression in between the waves of range troopers flowing in. So I kill the range troopers, and now I'm saying, okay, well, I need to get the shield off the board because I don't want to have to deal with that mechanic. And now I'm waiting for the next set of range troopers to come in. Once these range troopers come in and we kill them, then I have another opportunity to go in and do damage. But I think for the most part, I just sit here and wait until Merrin doesn't attack anymore. Generally speaking, that's the safest thing to do, because always at some point Merrin will get too far out of the bubble, and then she'll just stop attacking. And when that happens, you have no choice but to drop down and then engage. So that's what you're going to see here.
On your signal.
I am ready to resume. Hold the line.
Underestimate us.
Alright, so as soon as we kill this Purge Trooper, we are going to enter into the final phase of the fight, where we're going to get a lot of range troopers and an ATST. So the way that I deal with this phase is I just stay up here in the back and deflect what I can when I can. And that's literally this entire phase. There's no reason to take risk here. You definitely don't want to be out in the open with the ATST. I'm going to be out in the open right now because I need them to aggro. I need them to move this way. So once I get their attention, I think we're going to wait for the NPCs here to die. I tried to get the force push on the rockets and it doesn't work. Okay, so now we're going to try again. We're going to go down, try and aggro them again. Okay, we've aggroed, now we go back. Okay, we don't want to stay here for too long. And now we're just going to place from safety here. All of the enemies have now floated up this way. So we're just going to stay here. Let the NPCs do damage, let Marin do damage. Get our own damage in when we can, when it's safe. And that's going to be this entire phase.
Approaches Cere.
This is it. They're here.
I can hold them back. They will destroy the hangar.
Then we must turn this to our advantage.
No more!
Is okay, but we must hurry. There is still time to evacuate the remaining anchorites. And save as much of the archive as we can.
Alright, so the Vader fight. The Vader fight happens in 3 phases. Phase 1 is not a big deal. We're just going to basically poke at him to get him to attack. We're going to bait his attack, and then we'll follow up with our own damage. So we'll do that 2 times for a total of 6 attacks. And then we'll immediately after this go in to get a quick time event. I think it's a quick time event. I'm not exactly sure. That's just kind of what I call it. We'll get the free damage on that, and then I just have to hit him one time to push to the next phase. Now, this next phase and the transition to phase 3 are the only times where we are allowed to take damage. So that force pull right there is absolutely 100% unavoidable and pretty confirmed by the developers themselves. We had one of the combat leads in the stream for one of the community members, and we asked the question and said, to us it looks like it's unavoidable and we're just going to allow it, and their response was, that's a good idea, or something to that effect. So whenever you're making a transition from phase 1 to phase 2 or phase 2 to phase 3, he will always either immediately pull you or push you and then can pull you. And then in rare instances, he can push you and then throw a saber and not pull you. But any pull, so like right here, like that, there's no way to avoid it, so it's not, it doesn't count against the run. Now, any other time in this fight, when we have control of Cere, if he was to pull me, that would then count because I am in full control at that point. And then all you gotta do is just stay close. So, and not be too aggressive. So that's all I want to say about this fight. Again, I will release a detailed guide for this boss fight explaining all the ins and outs of it. But I do want to bring that up, that those force pulls do damage. They do damage to you, but they do not count against the objective of this run because they are absolutely unavoidable and out of your control.
Where do you want to go, buddy?
Here we go. Alright, so we've arrived at Coruscant. The reason we're coming here is because we want to get the DT droid hack. That is going to be absolutely pivotal for our strategies in both the ISB and at the Alignment Control Center after the ISB. So what I'm doing here is I'm jumping up on this box. We're going to shoot the first trooper to engage all the enemies over here, and then we're just going to fight them all from the top of this box. Once all these enemies are dead, we'll move forward and I'll explain the back half of it.
Calling it quits? Too powerful. Okay, I got this.
Alright, so as we approach this second and final set of enemies, what I want to do is I want to get the hack on the droid from range here. So once we get the hack on him, I'm going to wait for him to get right by the heavy assault, and then I'm going to go ahead and aggro the fight. What should happen here
is he should be able to kill most of the enemies. The one that really, really matters is the heavy assault. We want him to kill the heavy assault. If he can kill the heavy assault, then we're in a really, really good spot. That's the best case scenario. If he doesn't, it's still okay. We can deal with it, but it's definitely not ideal. And as you can see there, he just barely killed him. And then we have one guy left. So we're going to run in and make this guy look like a chump and then move on. Alright, so as we make our way to our objective, we are going to have one melee trooper here. He's a basic melee, not a big deal. We'll just perfect parry him and kill him. We'll go ahead and overload the door. And here's our DT mini boss. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this guy back. So he's right in the middle of the hallway, and then I'm going to jump up on these boxes and proceed to quick draw him until he's dead. Once he's dead, we'll walk in, get the DT hack, and then we'll leave Coruscant and head to the ISB.
Let's see what's out there.
Heading to the Magnaguard system. Picking up some Imperial comms, no surprises there. Okay. Cere, I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm sure gonna miss you. Eyes front, Cal. We're coming in.
All right, so first thing I want to do here is it's very, very important that I take the stun shot off. Stun shot inherently does no damage, and there are going to be a couple of enemies that I need to kill with the blaster, and so I need it to do damage with the charge shot. So again, in future runs that won't matter because I'll never pick up stun shot. But for this run, at the time of recording it and doing it, I had it, so I needed to swap it there. And so I just wanted to bring that up. So as we go through these red gates, the red gates do damage, so you definitely don't want to run into them. We're going to pull the probe droid, kill that, and then we can move on. We'll have one ISB officer in this room. We're just going to dash kill him and move on from that.
The Imperial Security Bureau. The Empire's secret police. If this is an ISB base, What's Bode doing here? Maybe working for Imperial intelligence?
All right, for this enemy set, we're going to dash in through the window,
I doubt it.
fire on the ISB officer, and then we'll deal with the melee. After this, I want to go ahead and swap over to double saber just in case the two ranged troopers down here turn and see me, which I believe they do. So it's about a 50-50 chance here. Sometimes they'll turn, sometimes they'll just stay there and you can walk up and kill them for free. So for this next room, we're going to go in, dash in straight onto these boxes and tuck into the left corner. And then we're going to deflect all of these. The reason you want to tuck into this corner is if the ranged commander throws a grenade, you have to be tucked in that corner, otherwise it could potentially hit you. So for this room, I'm going to pop out and I want to wait until the droid is walking away from the heavy assault and the flame trooper is right behind him. Once that happens, we're going to go ahead and mind control the flame trooper, and if we're lucky, he will kill the heavy assault. I'd say 70% of the time he kills the heavy assault, which is ideal. Now I move back to this window, one, because I want to see what's going on so that I'm informed before I make my way back into the room. And two, because if you do that, you'll have all of the ISB officers run up to the window, which means when I walk out, they'll all be together. So I don't have to look around the room for what's shooting at me. They'll all be nicely packed together, and I can just focus on the blaster fire. So once that's done, ideally I'd like to drop down here and hack the droid. I try to do it here if I remember, and I think he just barely, like... I'm about to hit the button and he pulls into combat with me. So what I do is I jump up on the terminal, which drops his aggro, holds him in place, and then I can just quick draw him until he's dead.
Nice and quiet.
So as I make my way up the hallway, we're going to have two ISB officers. I want to walk to them, not sprint to them, to keep my stealth. Hit, kill them both, and then we'll open the door.
The terminal. Maybe Bode's in the database. Bode's
now, once the door opens, we're going to be confronted with an ISB officer. What I want to do here is I want to grasping pull kill him, and then I want to move back. I want to start moving back towards the room. Now, the ideal method here would be to leave them out of the room and then hack them and let them work for you. But because I messed up the timing of it and they were able to walk into the room before the door shut, I wasn't able to do that. So the backup strategy here is just to do what I did with the other droid, be up on the console and kill them from range with quick draw. Alright, so now that both of those are dead, what we're going to do is move back out into the hallway. I want to go double saber here and deal with the ranged troopers that are left.
Yeah, let's see.
Target acquired.
It's locked. Great.
All right, so for this enemy group, this is where our DT hack really shines. So I want to come in, I'm going to go ahead and hack the DT. And then what I want to do is I want to drop down. Once we get to the ground floor, I need to do damage to the DT to get him to activate. I moved slightly too far to the left and accidentally hit the trooper. So I think we do it again. Oh, we hit the other trooper. Come on, Hayete. Just hit a shot. Shoot. Shoot. There we go. All right. So now that we've engaged him, he will then go around and kill everybody for us for free. So we never actually have to do anything here. So that's this whole strategy.
Perhaps our new guests can apprehend the Jedi for us.
Sustaining damage.
You're going to bleed. You will fall.
Think it was a setup? We're not getting to Bode until we find that base commander. Here we go.
This base is now on lockdown. An intruder has been identified. Bring him to me immediately. All security personnel, we've lost visuals on the intruder. Report positive ID to Central Command.
Hard to believe. Maybe it's a drill. With purge troopers in the base? I doubt it.
For these two troopers, not a whole lot to go over here. We're just going to drop down and kill them.
The intruder has been identified as the Jedi terrorist Cal Kestis. Bring him to me, alive.
Okay, so in this room, we need to do two things. So one, we need to hack the droid. And if I remember correctly, I actually messed this up and hacked it way too early. Yeah, so I hacked it a little bit too early. We wanted to be a little bit closer to us. Because if it's closer to us, it'll aggro the Viper droid in such a way that it'll fly in and kill itself. Once we do that, we also need to charge shot the heavy assault to kill him, which we just did. And so now, unfortunately, I'm in this state where I have to take the risk of fighting the Viper droid straight up. And I don't have enough shots to deal with it, and I can use one more shot and that's it, because I have to have at least one ammo to use quick draw, which we're gonna have to use on the very next set of enemies. So I have no choice but to come over into the area and stand in such a way where the screen rotating never touches you, and then try to aggro the Viper droid and kill it without taking damage. And 50% of the time when you do this strat, he'll go in just like he did right there, and he'll get hit. But because he didn't get hit by the red screen, he doesn't insta-die. So now I'm still trying to get him to do it. I'm still trying to get damage on him. And if I remember correctly, he gives me, like, I just get like the worst luck and he runs right up beside me on the right. I'm trying to get him to reposition and he's just not doing it. Maybe I'm thinking of a different run. I'm pretty sure this is, he runs up right, like literally off my shoulder. Yeah, there we go. So I'll pop out, try and get some more deflex here. Oh, there we go. Yep, this is where he comes right up to me and throws a grenade. And then I just have to back up. And this was all very, 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 very scary. May or may not have been freaking out at that moment. But. All right, so there's a purge trooper behind that door right there to my right, so you want to make sure that you don't go near it so that we don't have him come out and swing on us. Once we get up here, we're going to run all the way back, and there's going to be a line that I cross in 3, 2, 1. I'm in front of it. Now, there we go. So when you cross that line, it drops the aggro of every enemy in the area. And that's what we want to do. So I want to drop all those enemies. I want them to walk away. Then what I'm going to do is from here, I'm going to hack both DT droids. And then once both DT droids are hacked, I'm going to move forward to aggro the heavy assault. Now once I aggro the heavy assault, I'm going to immediately turn around and leave. Because the DT droids are going to take care of killing him. And then I just want to see if they're going to kill the 2 melee troopers that are in the room to their right, or sorry, to their left. So because they don't reposition in there, what I need to do is I have to go down there and aggro them. And I actually remember making a very critical mistake here. So what I did was I went down here and I grasping pull the enemy, which you don't want to do. All I needed to do was just let the enemy see me. So as you can tell there, they start shooting at me. That the shots, the blaster fire from the DT droids could kill me. Or sorry, not kill me, but could hit me while I'm killing the stormtrooper. So very, very dangerous, and I shouldn't have done that.
Bode's got to go through us to get to his ship. Let's hurry. If anyone sees you, it'll blow her disguise. Good thinking, BD. See you on the other side.
Where are they interrogating the Jedi?
Why? Do you want to crack at him?
That's right.
Do stormtroopers possess resistance training that I don't know about?
Interrogating the Jedi. Only for the feeble-minded.
Incredible.
Yes.
It's like to play for Dendry. Beating the Inquisitors at their own game.
Don't let our new guests
State your
see you
business.
say that.
Yes. They're watching us.
So,
Of course. And we're watching them.
Oh, go.
Hey, buddy. Be ready for anything. Slice it. Excellent. He's not here. Let's look around. He was gathering intel on us the whole time.
Mama.
Easy, sweetheart. I know. It's just me and you now, Kara. Hmm? Just me and you.
Bode's daughter. And her mother. All set, BD?
Hey, Kara. I'll be home soon. I'm bringing you something nice. I can't wait to see you.
The data disk. Looks ancient. Let's see what's on it.
Alright, so as we walk out here, we're going to have a little bit of a confrontation cutscene type deal. And this is where they're going to basically say, hey, use the dark side and go crazy. It doesn't last long enough because I don't have the upgrades. So what I choose to do here is use it to slow time and then move into this position. As soon as the slow time effect ends, I'm going to swap to double saber. And since the melee can't get to me, all I have to do is deal with the ranged troopers. So we'll take care of all the ranged troopers from up here. And now I can take care of the melee troopers either by using saber throw, using quick draw, I could grasp and pull them, any method that I choose, but the point is that up here I'm safe, they can't attack me, and I can attack them.
Hurry.
Alright, for the next enemy group, when we open the door, we're going to have a ranged and a melee. So I want to kill the ranged first. I want to move over to the right because there's going to be a probe droid that comes forward. And then I want to get the deflect on the probe droid if possible. Generally you have to walk forward here, but I don't think I ever tried that before in like runs before this one. But my thought process there was grasp and pull and kill it, but I couldn't get it through the door. So what I wanted to do was just wait and grasp and pull it from here. And that worked better than waiting for it to deflect or shoot me for the deflect. So we pop out. We're just going to basically jiggle peek this corner, pop out, get deflects, walk back, rinse and repeat that until everyone's dead. For this next set, we're going to have 2 ranged Purge Trooper commanders and a bunch of ranged enemies. So what I want to do is confuse the Purge Trooper and basically let them fight it out until there's a 1 trooper left. Once there's 1 trooper left, we'll deal with that trooper. I would say 99% of the time, it's going to be a Purge Trooper commander. You're going to have 1 of those left, and so we'll just have to fight that one straight up. Or get a charge shot on it if we're lucky with the positioning. Sometimes they'll walk away from you and kind of bug out, and you can get a charge shot in on them.
I'm your ally.
Alright, once we open the door, we're going to be confronted with a lot of enemies and a lot of blaster fire, so we want to jiggle peek that blaster fire. Same idea as we did before. Almost broke my guard there. So I'm waiting for my guard to refill. Okay, that should be the last range trooper. So now what I'm going to do is swap to blaster stance. I'm going to walk up to a certain point and then use quick draw to kill every single enemy that's in front of us. So for the Purge Troopers that are inside of this room, I actually forgot to pick up the upgraded Force Pull. So I couldn't do the normal strat, which is you would pick them up and just throw them off the edge, and it's very simple. Instead, I had to use the vastly inferior Howling Push strat of throwing them off the edge. So that's what you're going to see for every single Purge Trooper here. I'm just going to pull them back and throw them off the edge. Alright, so as we go into this next room, We're going to have a DT droid, we're going to have 2 heavy assaults, and a rocket trooper. So what I'm going to do is hack the DT droid. Then I need to charge shot the trooper. That'll pull the aggro on the DT droid and the rocket trooper. We'll push the rocket back, and the DT droid will take care of the other heavy assault.
Hey, Cal. Lot of chatter on the comms. You okay?
Bode's escaping. If he gets away, he's gone forever.
Hey, Merrin, you hear that? Merrin, where'd she run off to?
Destroy that fighter! Don't let that traitor escape!
We're too late. Ready to go. We've got to get.
All right. So the final room of the ISB, we're going to walk to the edge here. We're going to charge shot both of the purge troopers and then do it one more time to kill them both. That'll pull the aggro on all the troopers, and most of the time, those 3 will fall off the map in hilarious, goofy fashion. There is also a heavy assault to the left, but that guy also fell off the map. So we only had to deal with, and I'm looking for him. I didn't realize it at the time. And I'll use photo mode in a second to figure out where he is, but yeah, he had to have fallen off the map. I've seen him do it before, but never that quickly. So I just assume he fell off the map. So once I confirm that he's off the map, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait up here. We'll get this quick interaction dialogue with Merrin. Then we're going to get 2 purge troopers and 2 droids that come up, and we're going to hack the droids, and then get the droids to basically kill the purge troopers, and then I'll kill the droids. Alright, so for the next wave of enemies, we're going to get a bunch of melee commanders. So what I need to do is I need to aggro their AI, and then I'm going to move back to the same boxes I was standing on earlier. And then from those boxes, I'm just going to quick draw all of them. So now that all of those enemies are defeated, what I need to do is wait for Merrin to kill as many of these as I can get. It's a very fine line to walk, but you can walk forward and try and get a little bit of damage using a quick draw here and there, which is, I believe, is what I end up doing on the droid. But ideally, you want to be very, very cautious here because it's very easy for one of these droids to just whip around and shoot at you without you realizing it, or shoot at you from the other side of the area without you realizing it. So that's why I'm always walking forward, holding guard, and I'm being very, very cautious. But eventually we'll get all these enemies killed, and then it'll move into the final phase.
the enemy. Let's fight together.
I'm with you, Cal.
All right, so as soon as we get this guy killed, any day now. There we go. We're going to get the final phase, which is a bunch of DT droids. So what I want to do is I want to move to this position, which drops them their AI from me. And then I just want to wait until they go out of combat. So right now, they know I'm here, they just can't see me to walk to me. So when I go out of combat, which we're out of combat now, I'm able to move to the left, and then we're going to hack as many of these as we can. And then once they get to a certain range, once they get close enough to me, they'll go into combat mode, and then that's when all of the hack droids are going to turn on the non-hack droids like this and beat the crap out of them. So at this point, we're just waiting for the DT droids to kill the non-hacked DT droids. Once they do that, we'll be immediately pulled in the cutscene and ISB will be complete.
I'm all right. I'm fine, buddy. You don't have to worry about me.
Oh, finally.
Let's get out there.
How can we be sure this experiment's gonna work anyway?
We cannot.
So we start up some arrays, whatever those are, punch a hole in the abyss and then fly through?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Ready when you are.
Let's ride. Thanks for the lift.
Lot of chatter on the comms, kid. How you doing?
Just reached the control center. I'll let you know if I run into any trouble.
Welcome. I am Centauri Kree, the director of this experimental facility. Safety protocols require one person to remain here while the arrays are active.
Agrees. Unless one of us is gonna stay behind, we need someone here to activate the arrays.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'll ask around. See if anyone's got a death wish.
So as we enter the control center, we're going to pick up an ability. And this ability literally has one use in the entire run. And it's for this section. So we're going to pick the upgraded lift up. No pun intended. So soaring lift. We're going to pick this up and we're going to use this on two of the troopers that are in phase 2. And the reason for that is just safety's sake. It gives you the ability to not be shot at while you're making your way to the position. So as soon as we enter in here, we've got 2 of the purge troopers. All I'm gonna do here is get one to kill the other, and then once that guy kills him, I'm gonna pull the last one right under that like grate that you see at like my 2 o'clock, like up on the wall, and then I'm gonna kill that guy there.
They're after you.
I will not miss. Pursuing. Your strike is weak. You will fall. Targeting the leg. Your skill is inadequate. Try stopping me. Not enough to down me.
Let me out.
Incompetent. I feel strange.
So once we get the kill on this this purge trooper, I'm going to be looking up. We're going to get 2 heavy assaults. I'm going to use that soaring lift ability we just bought. I'm going to climb up here, hit, and then kill. All right, and this is where we're going to do the rest of this entire area. Is from right here. So I mind controlled the flame trooper, and I'm going to let the flame trooper kill everyone down there. And then when he's the last one, I'm going to pull him and kill him.
Hold your fire.
Help!
Lucky attack. Not bad. Do you think he's afraid of me? You lack discipline. Get back here, traitor.
together.
Face me. You're no match. I'm not I have no memory of...
Alright, so now that he's dead, I'm going to drop off and then double jump back up. And what that's going to do is it's going to aggro the next phase without me having to like be out of the box. So what I want to do here, ideally what I want to do here is be closer to the edge so the Viper droid shoots and doesn't go back into the room that it came out of. But because I did that, that's fine. We're going to go ahead and take care of the probe droid with one shot. And then what I want to do is I want to quick draw the enemies here from right to left. And so we'll take care of this droid, we'll take care of the security droid, and then we'll take care of the DT droid. Now the DT droid will be the last thing that we kill, but we're not going to kill it. We're going to get it into a hackable state, and we're going to hack it so that it can work for us in all the phases that come after this.
I have been hit.
Alright, so now that the DT droid is hacked, the only thing that's left is the Viper droid. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to get it to aggro out because it's right on the edge. You can barely see like one of its arms or whatever. So what I'm looking for is it going to move in response to the DT droid? Okay, no, it's not. So I drop down and just have to kill it straight up. Right after I kill it, I need to go back up. And then I need to be in the back part of this area to make sure that I can't get shot from the commander, the Purge Trooper commander. And then we're just gonna wait. We're gonna let the DT droid do his job and kill everything, and then we'll move on. So again, I'm just waiting to see, are they going to move? I try to jump out, dash back, see if I can aggro them to move out. And once I realize that I can't, I'm going to drop. At some point, I'm going to drop. And then I'm just going to slowly start edging out. And I just want to get one of them. If I can get one of them to come out, the other one will stay there. And then we can kill this one, and then we can just kill the other one. So that's perfect. Now I'm going to edge back out, and we'll kill the second one. And that's it. So now I'm going to jump back up, and again, if I had my upgraded pull, this would be much easier. But since I didn't have it, I chose to just do the pull down ability, rotate, and push him off. And now we're just going to wait and let the DT droid kill everything. Once the DT droid is done killing everything, then this entire area will be complete, and we'll move on to the final engagement of the run, which is Bode's boss fight.
Waiting for us. Maybe Bode told him we were coming. This looks promising. Not bad for an abandoned facility. All the arrays are online. Now we just have to activate them. Kree must have locked down the facility when they evacuated. That's not going to stop us.
Our purpose is to discover the abyss and what we call Koboh matter. Using wave technology, we've had some success in dispelling Koboh matter, allowing us to probe deeper into the abyss. Proceed to the observation deck to initiate alignment.
Huh. You gotta hand it to Kree. She thought of everything.
What awaits us within the Koboh abyss? Join me and we will work to discover it together.
Time to head back to the Mantis, buddy. Then we go through the Abyss. I'm not thrilled about it either. It's the only way we're getting to Tanalorr. Let's get out there. Hope Grease is ready for a bumpy ride.
So this is Tanalorr.
Not what you were expecting?
I don't know what I was expecting. So much has changed since I first heard its name.
The temple's this way. Dagan and Centauri Kree planned their future here.
And look where it got them. Bode will not let this end peacefully. He has already used fatherhood to justify betrayal and murder. Now we have him cornered, with nowhere else to run. He will kill or be killed. Well, say something!
You're right. But what about Kata? She's not much younger than we were when our families were taken from us.
I know.
You and I will carry that loss for the rest of our lives. But Kata still has a chance.
Yes, she does. Very well. We will give Bode the choice to stand down. For Kata's sake.
And ours. I keep thinking about something Cere once said. A warning. Every Jedi faces the dark side. I feel so much hatred towards Bode.
Cere won her battle with the dark side. You will too. Do you hear that?
Gotcha.
Alright guys, it's time for the final encounter of the run. So, couple things we need to do here. I need to swap double saber for single saber. I need to go into perks. I need to take marksman off and put on fortitude. And then we're all set. So, I'm going to go in now and do the final boss fight. Now, Bode's boss fight has 3 phases attached to it. And phase 1 is identical to the first time we fought him. So your approach to phase 1 is going to be the exact same as that one. With the added benefit that you have Marin in here to do a little bit more damage, and you can do a couple more things. But at this point now, she's going to be gone. And now it's just me and Bode, so I'm going to resort back to the same strategy we did on Jedah. And again, as a reminder, I'll put out a guide for this boss fight that goes into detail on all of his abilities and the approach, the timing, all of that kind of stuff. So that'll be forthcoming. But once we get past phase 1, we'll go into phase 2. Phase 2 is basically the same thing. It's just staying away from him. And then we're playing for basically him to charge into us, same as phase 1. He'll do an extra attack in phase 2, where he'll come in and try to like donkey kick you, like double kick you. And that's another good opportunity to get damage on him. And then in phase 3, really it's about burning him as quickly as possible. And in that phase, he does have a pull mechanic. He also has a pull mechanic in phase 2. But for whatever reason, unlike Vader, Bode's pull does not have damage applied to it. And we tested that thoroughly in the community. It looks like it has damage applied to it, but it doesn't. And the way that you'll know that is once he does a pull, if you try to pop a stim and it doesn't go off, it's because you're at 100% HP. So when we get into phase 3, so that's the pull right there in phase 2. So the phase 2 pull and the phase 3 pull are slightly different. But once we do get into phase 3, we're going to burn through him really, really quick because there are so many more opportunities to do damage to him. So again, I'll be putting out a guide for this, and that's where you can get all the details. So that's all I'll say about this fight, and enjoy the rest of it.
resist!
And with that blaster shot, that's the run completed. No damage on Jedi Grandmaster. So if you've stuck with me to this point, I'd like to say thank you for giving me the gift of your time and attention. This was a really fun challenge run to conceptualize and complete, and I hope it was both educational and insightful for you to watch. If you enjoyed this run and you're interested in similar content, please consider subscribing and don't forget to turn on notifications so you never miss a new run being released. If you'd like to see a run like this done live, head over to my Twitch and be sure to follow there so you'll know when I go live. Thank you again for hanging out with me for this challenge run, and I hope to see you on the next one.